Alright, so we're back, and last time, if I recall correctly, we did both PB's loyalty mission in addition to finding out a whole bunch of family secrets, including our sister coming back from a coma, and our mother apparently not being dead. So that's some big news for sure. As for what we have planned for today, I think it's basically going to the Meridian, which is a mission that we have delayed for about as long as you could possibly delay. So it's been a lot of build-up to this, and I do suspect this will be a very important mission, so I'm excited to see how exactly this all plays out. And I had thought that this was on Eos, a planet that we had already been to, although I don't recognize the name of those systems or anything like that, so maybe it is an entirely new place, in which case that'll be exciting as well. But before we jump in there, let's quickly take a look over here at some of our other stuff.
The ones that leak charged element 0? Did you bring one of those onto the ship?
No. Of course not.
Liam.
3 in my leg.
Oh. Okay. Let's see, we can nab some of this stuffs. And we can take a look at our Apex missions now. One thing worth noting is that we did very recently just do our first Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer stream. And so we finally got the chance to see how exactly do the rewards from the Apex teams carry over into multiplayer, because we suspected that there was some kind of overlap, but didn't really know definitively until we tried that stuff out. And for what it's worth, for those of you who may have missed that stream, should be posting that on YouTube somewhere around the time when this also goes live on YouTube, so that should be coming in the relatively near future. But the thing about that we have learned is that the mission funds you see here as the reward we get for every type of mission, that is something that is very useful in multiplayer Andromeda. Now, you need it in a pretty high quantity, but I bring that up because we had deliberately held back in the number of missions that we had done because it felt like we were just flooding ourselves with so many weapons, armor, credits, resources, and all the other stuff, to the point where it felt like that was becoming, all those aspects were becoming completely insignificant. You know, the loot basically meant nothing to us, or very close to it, at a certain point. So we held back for a while. However, in doing so, we reduced the number of mission funds that we were accumulating. We did still have a ton, so that did certainly help expedite some gear unlocking in Andromeda multiplayer, but it might be worth kicking it back up a little bit, just so that we can, now that we're looking to get involved in Andromeda multiplayer more regularly in the relatively near future. It was sort of a one-off stream because we had a holiday that facilitated us doing an extra stream in a week. But until we actually finish the Andromeda playthrough, we won't have enough days of the week to do both Andromeda campaign and Andromeda multiplayer. But point being, once we do get to Andromeda multiplayer more regularly, having a bunch of mission funds could be really useful. And we're holding ourselves back right now, which is one thing for the campaign, but is another thing for Andromeda multiplayer. So what I'm wondering is, could we perhaps justify ramping back up on the Apex missions, no longer holding back, so that we can get all the mission funds we can possibly get, and that way, once we do go back to multiplayer, we can spend those mission funds more aggressively and benefit from them? Because there's a lot of stuff you can unlock in multiplayer, and it will take a while to do that, so getting more mission funds could definitely be useful. So, just raising that point, because we may look to, at least for now. We'll do it today, I suppose, and we'll see where that leaves us. Of course, we had been doing all the gold missions, but we had drawn the line there and said we'll hold back on the silvers and the bronzes. We actually don't even have enough teams to get this last one. But we'll be fine. We'll be okay. We did, however, have a few extra days in between streams, so... Oh, actually, hold on. Did I even... That was just from the cryopod reward stuff. But we have a fair number of these rewards from those Apex missions. And this is where, technically, we went a little more than a week in between streams. So this is slightly more than we would usually get. So we'll just, once we get all this stuff, see what we have, and probably end up selling most, or just about all of it, because, as we were just saying, we don't really have that much of a need for these things in the campaign anymore. Because we've just loaded up on so many of them. Did see a lot of those ultra-rare weapons, though. And a fair bit of credits, too, I suppose. But the weapon's going to be worth a lot more than increments of 20 to 43 or whatever we're going to get here. I mean, technically, we probably don't need to wait for them all to show up before we head over to the kiosk, but I feel obliged to do... There we go. Okay, that seems to be the last one. So, basically, we're just going to sell more or less all of those things that just showed up on our screen. So we're on, what, 218,000 credits right now, and that number is going to go up quite a bit right now, I would think. So yes, we do have some nice stuff here, but stuff that we don't really need. And item limit, we're actually doing okay there. It's not as if we're about to run out of space, but we should not sell the stuff that we've crafted, though. That technically should be things that we break down. And we have all our fusion mod stuff, augmentations and what have you, which I think we're still going to hold on to for the most part. Just the weapons and the armor. The uncrafted stuff that we definitely don't need. Okay. Oh, and we have salvage, apparently, as well. Oh, hold on. Salvage. Throw that into the equation. We have 37-ish thousand credits worth of stuffs. So that's kind of what I was saying. That's a lot of credits. That is kind of a lot of... Oh, while we're at it, hold on. Are there more of the shield restoration-y consumables that we can nab here? So that might be worth a quick check. Meanwhile, here are all the things that we just sold. Here. Nab some capacitors of the shield variety while we're at it. Okay. There we go. So, now that we've taken care of all that stuff, back to the main agenda, which, as I was saying, I think for the most part is the main quest mission, Journey to the Meridian. However, we did recently learn of one other thing. Was it this one? Truth and Trespass. An anonymous message suggests sinister motives behind the capture of the Solarian Ark. Follow the leads to uncover the truth. Huh. Is that the one that we just learned about? Because we were talking to Callow, and he... Is that picture Callow? It's not the clothing he usually wears, but is that what is... Does his face look like that? No, he doesn't have those markings. He does not have those markings. Okay. So, what I was going to say is that we did, just after finishing the previous main quest mission, hear that the Ket, in particular, are known for some dirty military tactics where they will do things like send fake distress signals and stuff like that to have their, to bring their enemy into disarray and spread them out and, you know, lure them into traps and all those types of things. And so, that was a while ago that we learned about that, at least IRL, chronologically, you know, that was many streams ago, many hours ago when that happened. However, if you look at it from a main quest standpoint, that was right after the previous main quest mission that we learned about that. Then we just so happened to do every single side quest in between then and now. So it seems like that was a long time ago. However, in truth, from a main quest standpoint, that was actually very recent, if you get what I'm saying. My point being that the way that we learned about this mission sounded very similar to one of those Ket's trap situation, trick situation type of things. So, basically, we got a bunch of warnings saying, hey, don't fall for the Ket's tactics, the dirty tactics. And I think it's this mission. At least this sounds like it might be referring to the same thing. This seems very similar to what we were being warned about. So, assuming that this is in fact a trap, does that mean we go there and just expect the worst things to happen and we're ready for ourselves to be ambushed or whatever it might be? Or do we say, no, we are deliberately not going to go here because the game warned us, and this is the game testing us to see if we were paying close enough attention, because we aren't supposed to fall for those traps. So at the very least, although I do want to, I am curious, and part of me feels like, it's a mission. It exists for a reason. We're supposed to go to it, right? Part of me feels like, at the very least, maybe we just go for the main quest first, so that we don't delay that any further, because maybe that's the primary way that this is supposed to distract you, because this might be time-sensitive in some ways. That's one of the main reason why we did all the side quest stuff when we did, was because we suspected, once we initiated this, that if we waited around too long, some things with time-related aspects might start kicking in, and we might trigger some negative consequences to certain things. So let's head here, let's do this, and then when we're done with it, depending on what happens, if we're thrown straight into other time-sensitive things, then obviously we may want to go address those. But if not, then we may turn to this afterward. So that's my current thought process for that. Oh, but let's, wait, we do have the main quest active here, right? Let's see. So where is it sending us? No, it is a totally new area. Okay, so it's definitely not on Eos. So we had a specific spot that we thought was going to be the location of the Meridian. We thought we happened across it accidentally. Then we later found a random side quest that took us there, and we thought, okay, maybe it isn't the Meridian after all. So it's actually over here. Okay, so let's do it. Let's do it. Suppose there's a chance that, this side quest that we're postponing is actually more time-sensitive than the main quest, but, we only just learned about it, so I would like to believe that we have at least a little bit of flexibility there.
Right. This is the system. Meridian should be here somewhere.
Okay, I would have to imagine there's some stuff for us to scan here. No? Okay, well, at the very least, we'll see what there is to be found, and we'll finish with the Meridian, or the place where the Meridian is supposed to be. We're expecting... I don't know, Archon is trying to get here as well.
I'm picking up something.
We only learned about this place because of Archon, right? But why exactly was he not racing over here if he already knew where it was? I don't remember the specifics. Other than that he doesn't really have... Just like a huge glacier.
Deploying probe. Anomaly found.
That's because it is a huge glacier. That is 94% ice water. Stable beneath 10 meters of solid ice is what appears to be a minor remnant installation, as yet undiscovered by the Ket. Okay, worth a little bit of experience. Not bad. So yeah, was it just that the Archon does not yet have a way to interface with the Remnant technology? And that was the only reason for the delay on their end? They knew where the place was, but they didn't have the way to interface with the technology. We could interface with the technology, but we didn't know where the place was. And did Archon somehow magically figure the... Oh, there's also nothing for us to scan here. Did Archon somehow magically figure out how to do that once he kind of sort of captured us? And it was sort of unexplained and just like, oh, okay. We're just gonna have to assume. The game just suddenly said that Archon can do that, and we're just gonna have to run with it. We're just gonna have to accept that. I don't know. But okay, here is H309, which has actually relatively small atmosphere for what appears to be a gas giant. Several Ket vessels are present in H309's upper atmosphere, gathering helium-3 for fuel. The Scourge's disruption of the gas giant's magnetosphere appears to be concealing us. Well, that's good news. Because, yeah, I would at the very least, what I'm kind of getting to here is, I would suspect there's going to be some kind of Ket activity here, and possibly another Archon appearance. And although we did see him and speak to him, we didn't fight him. Which may end up happening here, because although at one point in time it seemed as though he was the main antagonist,
I'm picking up something.
we later learned in that mission that supposedly he still reports to somebody else, which suggests that maybe he is not the final big baddie, but whoever it is that he is reporting to, his boss. Which means that if he's not the final bad guy, the main bad guy, maybe we will face him a little bit earlier than we expected, and whoever that actual main antagonist is, that will be the final person that we encounter. But here's Rakalimo, which has a little bit of a light atmospheric pressure, but not unbearable, and 42 degrees Celsius is hot, but also not unlivable. But massive storm systems rack Rakalimo. Dozens of Ket shuttles skirt the edges of these storms, landing at Remnant ruins during brief moments of calm.
Deploying probe. Tracking a huge mineral deposit.
Alright, well, it's iron, which is not all that meaningful to us. And we'll head over here, and then the last one is the place where we're expecting to find the Meridian.
Anomaly on sensors.
Okay, lots of anomalies in this area. So this is H065. Basically no atmosphere. Pretty darn hot. Although their surveys were inconclusive, Milky Way scientists believe H65 was potentially inhabitable. Now it's a scorching desert. Whether it was before the Scourge is lost. Whatever it was before the Scourge. What? That makes no sense. Surveys were inconclusive. I mean, it sounds like this was supposed to say was potentially habitable, not inhabitable. Because you're kind of implying that it has changed significantly from the Scourge. What once might have been habitable is now inhabitable, except that's not what you're saying. It's what you're implying, but it's not what you're saying. You're saying the opposite of that.
Deploying probe.
So it feels like that was a typo.
Satellite detected.
It's a satellite of unknown origin. Power readings, well, just about fully powered up. Scanners online, status operational. This Ket satellite is focused on this planet, taking detailed readings of seemingly empty expanses of desert. Odd. Maybe we'll get some research data of the Milky Way variety. You'd think that'd be Helios research. Okay. But now there's just one thing left. And that one thing is the planet where we expect to find the Meridian. So this is the big one. It also looks like it's right in the middle of the Scourge, which might not be a coincidence. Oh.
That's it. That's Meridian.
Or Kitasira, as the Ket call it.
Looks like a giant space station.
Yeah. It does not look like a planet. It does look a lot more like a giant space station, probably of Remnant make. You'd have to think. That is extremely disorienting for some reason, moving it around like that. But yeah, I mean, we've seen obviously many many Remnant vaults and other vault-like structures, but not really ever an actual ship or station. One crash ship on Eladin, I suppose. But certainly nothing of this scale. Very interesting. Okay, so what can we learn? It does have an atmosphere, surface temperature, both of which are pretty reasonable, an enormous Remnant space station, which the Archon believes is Meridian. Alert, there's a strong Ket presence in the area, and scans have picked up multiple Ket warships orbiting the construct. Now you can see lots of lights, which are presumably ships flying around it. I mean, kind of see the Ket ship there for sense of scale we're dealing with here. This place looks pretty darn huge. What's up, Anor? How's it going? This This place is supposedly a really big deal because it is the superstructure that can potentially control the planetary conditions in much of this system. So rather than going planet to planet, vault by vault, trying to make certain planets livable, we might have the cheat code right in front of us here if we can get this place up and running, although, as we can see here, we are not the first ones to locate it. But this is going to be a big mission. This is definitely going to be a big mission. Because there was a lot of build-up to this. We delayed it for quite some time. But let's see, we currently have our biotic stuff equipped. I feel like that was a bit of a test to see how we liked it, and once we set ourselves up for a more optimized biotic setup, it wasn't bad by any means, but I think now is not the time to be messing around with potentially suboptimal, more experimental stuff. I think instead, this is where we go back to the tech build that we have been relying more heavily on. And then we are perhaps a little more confident in using. Like that. Okay. Consumables look fine. Theoretically, the squad, though. Who do we want to bring with us? I think this is a time for no nonsense. And these two, to be fair, are two squad mates that we have certainly have some success with. The question would mostly be, do we get Vetra in on the action as well? And if so, who are we dropping to make room for her? We did just finish PB's loyalty mission. I'm not even sure if we've used her since then. So we may not have had a chance yet to benefit from fully leveling up her skills. But at the same time, I feel like if we're being really picky, Drac and Vetra is probably our best possible squad. And if ever there were a time to be using that, this feels like the time to do it. So I think we do go that route. Now let's just double check weapons real quick. I think this is still fine. I think we're good. I think we're good. I'm excited. Don't know exactly what to expect, but I expect it to be big.
Initiating Ghost Storm. On my mark. 3, 2, go.
Alright, the other Pathfinders are gonna do some kind of decoy run to help us sneak in.
Breaker, it's working. Reading a bunch of Ket headed our way. Pulling back. It's all you now, Tempest. We should get them as close as possible to here. Intense readings could be some kind of control center.
No decent landing sites. This could get messy.
How messy?
Ryder, looks like a flyby is our only option. I'll get as low as possible, but you'll have to eject over the target area.
Okay. Great at falling. An acceptable risk. You know, we'll roll with the punches.
This is our one shot. We have to take the risk.
You've fallen out of things before, right? Just don't scream too loud on the way down. It's embarrassing. All right, you know the drill. What's your rate of descent? Shield should take care of the rest.
So far, so good. The Ket haven't detected us.
But once we go in, we'll be clear as day to any troops on the ground.
Okay, understandable. Just be careful. Our shields will hold. We're confident.
The Tempest can take some shots if it has to.
Some.
Oh, the Tempest shields. Our shields too, though. So I assume that means as soon as we drop down here, we're gonna have a ton of enemies right on top of us. Probably. We'll see. What do we have here?
Everyone okay?
I may be old, but my plating's still plenty hard.
We'll need to survey the area, figure out what we're dealing with.
I am detecting active conduits nearby. Your scanner should be picking them up.
Okay. Actually,
It's raining.
Doesn't...
How is it raining?
Oh.
I like it. Keeps things cool.
Actually, no enemies in the area. At least not at the moment, surprisingly. Ah, okay. Ooh. What this do?
Pathfinder, while interacting with that console, I detected the presence of a complex network, connected via a central command hub.
A hub? You mean we found Meridian's controls?
Most likely, however, the hub is dark, deactivated.
Okay. So, sounds like we want to change that. Sneaky little intel.
The Ket really wants something from this.
They must be desperate to figure this stuff out.
Crates of multi-purpose Ket gear to support the dozens of Ket working on Ki Tasir. How are they pronounced? I don't remember how they pronounced the first word. Kai Tasira? Yeah, that looks like that console would have done the same thing we just did. Okay, so at some point there's going to be a ton of Ket. And probably some very powerful Ket at that. When exactly they show up...
There's the bridge. Let's get going.
I mean, probably pretty soon, right? I'm surprised they didn't show up immediately. So everything seems to suggest that we're dropping right into a hot zone. Oh, let's also... Hold on. Let's make sure... What is it? Favorites. We, yes, want to be on our tech setup, which I don't remember if we had before. My guess is we were previously on our biotic setup, but we use the tech gear, so we definitely want to be using our tech skills.
Let's see what Meridian's all about. We can start by finding its central hub.
I mean, surely we're not just going to make it all the way to the central hub uncontested, right? I mean, maybe there was some question as to what effect the decoy maneuver that the other Pathfinders took was going to have, because that was optional. That we went out of our way to get as many Pathfinders freed as possible, and there were some cases where we had a choice of either siding with the Pathfinder or siding with Drac to get his scout teamers back, and we always went with the Pathfinder, so it might just be that we happen to have done all the steps you need to take to support them, and in doing so, we made this encounter as easy as possible. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's something else to it. I don't know.
Pathfinder, we are looking at the central command hub I detected earlier. As with the monoliths and vaults, the hub is connected to the two neighboring towers.
Okay.
So activating the towers will also activate the command hub.
Update the mission specs and just activate Meridian now.
Forgetting about the Ket?
Activating a vault has previously activated a purification field. Perhaps Meridian is similar.
Yeah.
Let's head to those towers and see what we can find.
Except, how are we getting out of here?
Pathfinder, interfacing with that console has activated a gravity well.
Ah. Convenient. Okay, because I was about to say, with all the other vaults where we had those purification fields that have basically been waves of death that follow us as soon as we activate those things that we have to run away from, you know, how are we running away off of a space station? And perhaps the answer is we're going to drop down into a vault-like structure, and the way we escape is by finding a way out.
Processor somewhere that's causing this downpour.
Stop fussing. A little rain won't kill you.
Alright, let's drop down.
Look at that.
Pathfinder, I'm picking up...
Oh
radio
no,
interference.
the Ket are
The
here.
Ket signal.
Alert! The detected signal was a decoy. Key to Zero has been infiltrated.
Key to Zero.
All units are to focus on incapacitation and capture of the Pathfinder.
Want Ryder? Gotta go through us, asshole.
Another data storage relic box. Unlike the others we've seen, this one is activated and sending commands.
Okay, so the Ket
We better find something amazing at the center of this place.
are already down here.
I've got a feeling about this.
I mean, this is a pretty big place. Surely, and pretty significant place. Surely there'll be something here. But the Kett are already down here. So they weren't out on the surface, but they are already in this more significant place. They have a head start on us for sure. Previously, they were not able to interface with the Kett technology, or rather with the Remnant technology, although that was activated. That console just there, which suggests perhaps that has changed, as we suspected might now be the case. Yeah? Okay, don't know why that goes over there, but it does go over here too, and this is obviously the way through. There are definitely going to be friends over here.
Here we go.
Okay. Found him.
Ted, above us! We're completely open!
Oh, no, that's Vetra. I thought Vetra was an enemy for a second there. We don't have the range to do that, for what it's worth. Not on this weapon, at least. And as Ryder was saying, not exactly the best spot for us. Can we hit you from here? Kinda, sorta, but not really. I'd sort of like for you guys to drop down further. Are you in range? You are. Yeah, that's just a little guy.
Better than this?
You guys still up? Oh! No, that's Strack. Don't worry about that. I think they're dead.
Watch your step. The rain makes everything a little slick.
Okay. It seems as though we've cleared everything out now. I'm just scanning to see if there's any goodies. Because there are. Datapad. Remnant City. Kett reports. I mean, is this basically the Citadel for Remnant? That could very well be the case. Let's see. Commander's report. Lack of progress in Sector 16-1. Remnant defenses adapt to bypass attempts. Ooh. The Archon's mandate not to use force is frustrating some senior analysts. The Archon wants to make sure that they don't accidentally destroy some of the Remnant technology. There was one attempt to crack a door with an explosive. Those involved were subjected to disciplinary action. I'll let you let you decide what kind of disciplinary action you think that was. Per the Archon's wishes, Remnant technology is sensitive and utmost care must be taken when attempting to reveal its secrets. Another warning has been issued to all soldiers with a full accounting of the consequences they will face if, and I already forget what key? I'm gonna say key. I know they were just saying it a minute ago, but key to Sierra is damaged in any way. So the weird thing is... That's an explosive container. The weird thing is, and we talked about this in the past. Well, that's definitely more Kett showing up.
Incoming!
The weird thing is that, you know, for us, we're trying to... Oh, that's a lot of guys right on top of us, who are conveniently all in flamer range. Oh, now there's Remnant dudes as well. But the weird thing... Remnant? Oh, right, they're technically not friendly with the Kett. So they're just kind of, sort of, helping us a little bit. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That type of thing. The weird thing about the Kett here, and the Kett in general, is that we are coming here...
Right, so command hub. Probably need to check out those other two towers first.
We are coming here because we have reason to believe it's a lot of Scourge.
Intense vortexes of Scourge energy. I would steer clear if I were you, Pathfinder.
Maybe we'll get some answers on the Scourge as well. But, we are here because we suspect that there will be some ways to facilitate, what's the word I'm looking for? Colonizing the planets. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, we definitely can't walk in that.
Yep, figured that out quick.
But we'll never get the remains. No. But we're here because we think that by activating the Meridian, we can facilitate... What is the... terraforming. Terraforming is the word I'm looking for. We can facilitate terraforming other planets to make them more livable. Which makes sense. The Ket, what we've learned...
Kept been squatting here.
Long enough, I imagine.
What we learned about the Ket is that they're hanging out here, checking this place out because they want to destroy the system, but we don't really have a reason why, which is kind of nonsensical. It's just that the Ket are being evil because they want to be evil. They don't have any other reason to do it. Just they want to be bullies. It could be one thing if they had their own purposes.
That cloud over there.
For the
The
Meridian.
energy it's giving off is...
Is what? Be one thing if, like, they wanted to use the Meridian so that they could make the planets that they're trying to colonize more livable, but no, they just want to destroy everything for the sake of destroying everything. Never mind the fact that they need to harvest other civilizations to reproduce, so they would also want other civilizations to thrive just so that they can leech off of them. It's just
This was some
nonsensical in many ways.
Detecting high levels of Scourge energy. Be careful.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. So yeah, it does seem as though... I mean, this is absolutely the most Scourge stuff we've ever seen before. Definitely the most Scourge stuff we've seen before, which is why there's so many questions about the Scourge thus far that have remained unanswered. That looks like a Turian. No, that's a Ket. Never mind. There are a lot of dead Ket, though. So will this potentially be a place where we get some answers?
The Ket hard.
Saves us the trouble.
Yeah, more Remnant fighting Ket here, I imagine. Definitely heard some wraiths.
Tentacle jackasses. They're always popping up at the worst time.
What? What are you talking about?
That looks like a Remnant console we could use.
Oh, okay, yes, but although we're still in the middle of fighting some dudes. Point taken. Still a little occupied, though. Okay. Actually, hold on. First off, what can we learn? Oh, okay, I don't know why you suddenly spawned there. Or when I scanned that thing, is that a coincidence? Is it specifically when you scan? Is it just based on the timer? I don't know. But okay, I'll just activate it. Are you a friendly dude? I think you're a friendly dude. Just check what's on the other side here. Okay, well, it seems like this is the way over. Kinda. Sorta. That looks like death. We just drop down directly onto the Scourge like that. But maybe we can make a jump. We also totally should have saved before we initiated this mission. But now it's not going to let us do that. Your understanding was they need different terraforming than what we need? They want to prevent us from restoring what they've terraformed with the Scourge? I don't know. It seems so strange to me. 'Cause if that is the case, then there's been little explanation of... Okay, so I'm just going to make a running jump and hope that we can get far enough away that we don't land on that Scourge and die instantly. That's my plan.
Pathfinder, it appears the energy waves from these craters contributed to the Scourge throughout Helios.
So whatever happened here caused the scourge to erupt all across the cluster.
Yes, Pathfinder.
So the Remnant builders messed up somehow.
This is an impact crater. It could have been an attack.
Downed cat ship. Power negligible to nil. What? Oh, that's such a British phrasing. Damage estimation 100% ballistic trauma. A cat shuttle destroyed by remnant weaponry. Okay. Right, but that's the part that just doesn't add up to me. Is if they need to exalt other species to reproduce, then they would require that there be significant amounts of other species so that they have enough people to exalt, especially because they're picky with who they exalt and they don't just exalt everyone. So if they need a bunch of people to target for their exaltation, then they would need for there to be the right conditions for there to be a lot of people to exalt. By extension, that means that the cat would need for there to be hospitable conditions for the people they're going to exalt. Humans, Solarians, Asari, Angara, so on and so forth. So why are the cat doing exactly the opposite of what would seemingly be the most logical thing for them to do? It just doesn't add up to me. How do we get through here? I just don't really see a path, unless we go... maybe we go up here. Oh, what the heck? Is it this way? Is that where we just came from? I'm already so disoriented. Is this the way we came from? I don't think it is. But it seems like the only way we can go where we aren't going to immediately get destroyed.
Everywhere, and they're all shooting at us.
By stuff.
The way I like it.
Oh, that's an enemy right in front of us, by the way. That was not Drac, apparently. Well, that's a behemoth. That's a nasty dude. I'm not sure if that's hitting you, if I'm being honest.
This isn't going well.
Has to be done. It does have to be done. Oh, is he healing every time he does that shout thing? So it kind of looks like it. Now he's kind of sort of paying attention to me. Except he's dead. Okay. One enemy at a time here. And there's also a turret over there for sure. Namely, right there. Probably another one on the other side. Okay, so I have to assume that means that this is the right way, even if it kind of required that we go backwards or sideways in order to go forward to dodge all the nasty stuffs. Yeah, this place is huge. Hold on. Core Central Ruined Tower. Okay, so maybe... I mean, everyone was saying how we need to go to both side towers before we can activate the main center location, so maybe we do go back this way first. Yeah, that was also something that was unclear to me, was, you know, is exaltation the only way for Ket to reproduce? Because if so, then that already becomes very hard to mathematically make that work. We should take a left in the direction we are currently facing. That's the way we just came from. What? Okay. Once again, I'm very confused as to what the correct direction is. But, yeah, like, can the cat reproduce, quote-unquote, normally? Or do they require exaltation? Because if so, that raises a whole bunch of questions about how the cat were able to get a large enough population to invade the Helios cluster in the first place. Ooh, I almost fell off the edge there. We can get back up, right? We can get back up, right? Do I need to have the extra elevation from jumping up onto one of these things first? Or can we just jump straight up? We can make that jump, right? Okay, we're fine. Don't worry about it, we're fine. But yeah, it's just odd little questions like that that just at times makes it hard to take the Ket seriously. Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure that it is exclusively exaltation. Yeah, that is the way toward the middle. But it doesn't seem like that's technically where we're supposed to go next. This is also absolutely humongous arena.
Hostile shuttle incoming.
Ah.
Shut out. We'll need to activate the other towers first.
Yep, that's kind of what we expected. Where's the shuttle in question? Directly on top of us? Behind us? Somewhere? I hear it. I saw it momentarily fly over us, or the shadow of it at the very least, but don't see the actual thing. Okay. Oh, I'm also pretty sure there were some things we could have scanned in the previous room as well. So yeah, it seems like we're here preemptively, as we expected was likely to be the case.
Look at that.
How are they able to grow here?
Oh. Okay, so yeah, we're going in like the most most indirect route, because technically we were supposed to go to this one first, but just couldn't find a way through without running through a bazillion hazards. So we made it to the middle, which is the place we're supposed to finish, or at least finish that spot up there before going down to this tower, so we might double back real quick. Or at least take these guys out, and then double back real quick. Oh, hold on, more enemies somewhere. That's Drac. Okay, but see, guys, I don't really want to go further in this direction. Is kind of what I'm getting at. Oh, ow.
Going well.
Telling me there are things to scan. Said, oh, it is uranium. It's also a very hidden container that is not very good. It's not that little light. Yeah, so I would like to not explore this side just yet, because I think it is pretty clear we ought to head back and finish this spot first. So let's not get too carried away here just yet. Oh, let's ideally not fall down there either. I was mostly just trying to see if there are things we could scan in the meantime. Like that. Remnant barrier. Barrier appears to be active while this area of the station remains in shutdown. Okay. So let's try to find our way through the area where we were before, where seemingly it was just non-stop hazards. Also, this turret is back for some reason. We absolutely destroyed it previously, but it has returned. Hello. Goodbye. Okay. It's dead. Again. So theoretically... Whoa! Maybe that way. This is where it's telling me there are things that we can scan. Kinda, sorta. No, we've definitely seen that. What are you telling me to scan? Right there. This thing? No. Drac? Maybe something up there? Okay, that icon over there is directing us where we're technically supposed to go. So I'm wondering if this might loop around a bit. Loop around like that and get there. That might be the route we're looking for.
Bridge is out.
Yeah, but... Can we still make our way across it, perhaps? Because it looks like it. This is the spot we were looking for. Now I'm just seeing if there's anything back. So this is where we tried to go through before, but realistically, there is no way past all this stuff. So we looped around. There's still definitely some stuff here, but it's a little less concentrated. Should be theoretically slightly safer. But you know there's still gonna be some Remnant dudes. Hey, friends. Ow.
Better than this?
Oh, am I standing on fire? Is that why I'm... Or maybe those dudes exploded on top of me? Also just totally ran straight into Scourge, but it didn't do anything, thankfully. Might just be this turret that's left. Ow. Okay. I think we might be good now. Let's take a second. Scan the area. Pick up what we can. Is that Scourge? Or... Yes, that is Scourge. And it's a very cool area. Ooh, shield regeneration. Nah, not that great, in truth. Shield consumables, on the other hand, very useful. Okay, I think we found everything there is to find thus far. And we'll just casually walk through that. This, yes, should be the side tower. What's up, Yuri? How's it going? We are at the Meridian. Activating our first tower. Theoretically. Possibly, maybe. Oh, we're also expecting potentially some kind of purification field stuff. So we should be prepared to make a run for it once we do that. Exploration systems. What?
I've never seen anything like this. I wonder what the Remnant builders did here.
Huh. What's this? Observer replication control. May broadly control observer behavior. Interface to invert their perception. Oh, that sounds... I'd like for them to not attack us.
Stay away from that stuff!
From what?
Detecting low levels of power, Pathfinder. A scan may help identify conduits.
I don't even know what we stepped on that did that.
I see the conduits. Some kind of pattern here.
Oh no. Is there a bunch of these things? This one we can actually scan. The other ones we couldn't, even though we were very clearly highlighting them. Okay. So do we need to do them in some kind of order? Or something like that? Can't activate this, even though it looks like a console that we would usually be able to interface with. This definitely seems more puzzly than usual. Though the presence of that implies there will be some enemies at some point. Hello, we'll nab that. Explosive containers as well. Okay, let's check out the big console over here that it's directing us toward. We'll see what happens. It is. We are basically using entirely Angaran armor right now, because that is the tech-centric armor, and we are functionally playing as an engineer here. Alright, so what's the worst that could happen by activating this, right?
Wow, I think that's fried. Will it even work?
Don't look at me.
Damage to parts of the system are preventing power up.
Can we reroute past the damage?
That may work, Pathfinder. Boosting trace signals.
Okay. So now...
Some kind of glyph on this thing.
Oh.
It matches the pattern on the main console, Pathfinder.
Oh, no. Do we have to... I mean, yes, I see the icons. I mean, do we just activate... Oh, yes, there is. Hold on. There is very faint line connecting them. It goes here to here to there, I think. Start with this one. And then we basically zigzag our way over. Because basically, yeah, what I'm wondering is, do we have to do these in a specific order? Or can we just activate them all and not worry about it at all?
So far, so good.
And it looked like it was this.
Maybe do more of that.
Okay, that's an encouraging sign. Is that block always there? And I believe it was diagonal across.
Let's see about rerouting the power past all the damage. Nice.
And last but not least, what will happen when we do this one?
I think that's it.
The primary console should work now, Pathfinder.
Okay, do I want to step into the big glowy sphere or not? Oh, sneaky. I see that. I see that. Okay. So it isn't even this thing. This was just a guide. This is what we're really looking for. Fancy schmancy. Okay. Now, is this the edge of the map, or is this going to open up a bridge to some more distant location? Now, this seems to be the final thing in here. We might need to run out of here as soon as we activate this, because this might be the equivalent of the purification console thing that we saw in the vaults. So get ready to bolt.
Provisional repairs are complete, Pathfinder.
Only one way to know for sure.
Okay. Press the button. And by press the button, I mean put your hand down there.
Translating. Flight control systems online. Welcome, Administrator.
That sounds promising, I think. Although, are we looking at this the positive way or the negative way? We'll look at it the positive way.
Looks like those repairs worked better than expected.
Restoring systems has reactivated something else nearby, Pathfinder.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but what?
Probably not something friendly. What? Is that a giant gun? A ship?
Translating. Exploration vessels on standby.
Ships, plural.
We have seen remnant ships, but none in working condition. It says it cannot retrieve commands from the Meridian engine.
Meridian engine. Sam, do you know what?
Of course. The
They're going
cats.
to be trouble.
Can never be that simple, can it?
Forget about the catch. We've got Remnant.
Oh, what? Okay.
Ryder, I detect a surge of energy on the scans. The section you're in lit up like Mardi Gras.
That's because Remnant are trying to blow us up.
What's going on? Are you all...
Can't talk right now!
Ow. Admittedly, I was extremely indecisive about which direction to go in. was kind of looking for the Ket first. Whatever that is seems pretty powerful. Oh, it's a destroyer. Lovely. And some nullifiers. Okay, are the Ket even here? See a whole bunch of Remnant, not a lot of Ket. You're dead. Ow. I'm gonna get you next. And hopefully that means we can isolate the destroyer. This might be the only one left now. So I'll be honest, I still don't really know what the quote-unquote correct way to fight destroyers is. Even after doing some multiplayer matches, because what I noticed in those multiplayer matches was that it would be like this for a really long time, where seemingly we're dealing 0 damage to it, and then suddenly all of its shields would go away, and then once all of its shields would go away, almost all of its armor, like that. Like almost nothing happens, and then almost all of its defenses go down in a huge burst. That doesn't look good. But it's dead.
Down. We're good here. The Ket are probably waiting out there, so stay alert.
Got it.
Okay, we did level, but that is not what I meant to do. I just want to loot the destroyer. The cannons on the... Yeah, did we want the cannons, or were the cannons helping us or hurting us? For the most part, the Ket and the Remnant are actually enemies here. So what I was kind of expecting was that we were going to have both Ket and Remnant simultaneously. They were going to be fighting each other, as well as fighting us. And we were just going to have to kind of choose which one we wanted to deal with first, and so I was going to get rid of the Ket first. And then I ran to the other side and didn't see any Ket. As it turns out, it was only Remnant. It sounds like we may expect to see Ket as soon as we head out of here. Oh, you're saying for the destroyer, did we destroy the cannons on the side? Then it might not be able to use its heavy weapons anymore once we do that. But it doesn't deal as much in the way of direct damage, or at least it doesn't really show up until they actually break, and then you see that big chunk of shields or armor go down. So what does it actually say we're supposed to do next, out of curiosity? Access the tower in the research sector. I assume that's just the other tower on the far side. The one that we kind of started to make our way over toward. Okay, so we're expecting to see Ket. Is that a turret that has come back?
Wow, those lights. This is something else. Good job, Ryder.
Thanks,
One tower
Vetra.
up and running. One more to get the hub going.
Seems like this turret was helping us. I guess because we activated the console in there? Or maybe it's just wishful thinking and it's going to start attacking us. Oh, don't stand there, apparently. There's just so many places where we're technically on some kind of hazard. Very difficult to know when you're in the middle of a fight where is and is not safe. Okay, so I think we are now...
Did anyone actually live here? Or was this just their giant terraforming lab?
I wouldn't like to live here.
That might be the first time that they've used the word terraforming in this entire game, which is kind of odd, because that sort of describes the entire purpose of our mission here.
Be able to use Meridian once it's activated.
The Archon's forces have been here for years, and they're nowhere close to being able to understand Remnant tech.
I can see why the Archon's so frustrated. He's playing with all the toys he wants.
I want that container, though. It's probably terrible. But we got it. Yeah, I think this is the shortcut back. This is why we ended up getting here. are enemies who have respawned here. Seemingly was previously an area where we had a bunch of enemies. Yeah, Behemoth is back. These Remnant are not on our side. I can't really hit you from this angle. There's also apparently a nullifier here. Hello, other creature. Apparently we've killed something. Not entirely sure what. Might have been the Behemoth dude. Okay, I think everything might be dead now? Possibly? This is the spot where it kept on telling me to scan something and I could not find what it was. It might be another one of those well-hidden research devices. Are you gonna shoot me? Maybe you were helping me. One of those well-hidden intel node things. It's right here. I don't know what it's trying to point me towards, besides maybe that. Let's just carry on. Okay, so we have been here before. But as we just saw, even if we have been to some places, there may still be some enemies respawning.
1 hour left.
Or they may not respawn. That may make it a little easier.
The Ket were making themselves comfy here.
Okay, so now we can be a little more thorough in this area. Strange vegetation of technically the Remnant variety, apparently. Thalos life form, chlorophyll detected. There's not a lot of light around here, though. Water intake unknown, nutrient intake unknown. This sector of space station is overgrown with strange vegetation. It's unclear how it managed to grow and thrive in this environment. For what it's worth, I mean, we've heard a lot about, oh, the Remnant built this. This is Remnant tech. It's a Remnant vault, all that stuff. And obviously every Remnant thing that we've encountered thus far has been robotic. However, what made the Remnant in the first place? Because was there some organic species that created the Remnant? And if so, do they need plants like this, vegetation, to survive, feed themselves, or whatnot? Or is it truly just 100% robots, and we don't know how those robots came to exist in the first place, and we never will? Do we know anything about which side to go? I mean, ultimately we won't end up there, but there will probably be some zigging and zagging like there was on this side to make it happen. And I guess just take your pick which side we go for. I feel like we go this side first. That is also an elevated section over there.
We've been here already.
No, we have not. What the heck? Hello, fiend. Where did he come from? Oh, and also apparently wraiths as well, which apparently I'm standing on top of. Oh, that's also not a good place to stand.
Don't that hurt, you asshole? Keep it up. We take them down. We take Meridian.
Okay, I mean, inspiring and all, but I think they're all dead now.
There's a lot of lights here. Once we get everything turned on, this place will be blinding.
Oh. Plants are pretty, but they never did much for me. They just sit there, doing nothing.
Plants are kind of important, Petra. Something, something, photosynthesis, something, something. We need oxygen to actually create a sustainable, livable habitat. There's definitely more of those dudes over here. Oh, they're ket now. It's a little strange, I was just one dude. It's because there's a lot more where that came from.
Console we could use.
Looks like it was directing me over here. Okay. Friendly observer dude? Doing something. Just trying to make sure we didn't miss anything back there, but... Oh, leave Remnant peaceful observer dude alone. I hear more wraiths. It's actually a friendly observer dude actually fights. I don't think we've ever seen that before. Okay, that's friendly observer dude.
Gotta be getting close to one of those towers. We need to activate both to reach Meridian's core.
But I'll be honest, if this was the more efficient of the two ways to get there, then I'm probably going to double back and see what's in the other direction. Because I'd rather not skip a large section of this very important area. So yeah, it does seem like perhaps this will loop around that way and eventually get us here where we need to go. So we might even double back now. Unless we can hop over there in that gap somewhere, or if this connects, which it might. Well... not sure how we get over there. Because we can't fly like that, so maybe we needed to activate... Ow. Maybe we needed to act... Oh no, we can still go this way. Okay, gotcha. I was gonna say, maybe we needed to activate the Remnant Observer dude over here and can only actually fully benefit from it if we go the other way. And we start the process on this side and finish the process on the other side. Hello. Hello, sir. And right in front of you. I know there was someone over here.
That's a lot of cat equipment. Looks like they set up camp.
Theoretically, there's still an enemy here somewhere? Somewhere? Okay, so is this the direction back where we... Yeah, so maybe we just briefly double back this way, see what we missed. So it looks like we did kind of pick the quote-unquote correct direction first. Although, while we're at it, this datapad, the Archon speaks. The human Pathfinder will make an attempt on Kai Tessera, or Meridian, as it is known to these creatures. It is a predictable course of action. It believes itself my equal, and will attempt to steal the Remnant's power from us. We have worked long and hard to unlock these secrets. We will not be usurped by this lesser creature. I've dispatched my enforcer, my sword, to the space station to handle this human. She will be my voice. Obey her as you would your Archon. I assume that's one of the Cardinals? Remnant race reminds you of the drones, the Matrix. Oh man, it's been a while. I could not speak with any specificity as to what the drones were like in the Matrix. Using the human male adept so you can pretend to be Neo? That is cool. That is cool. Work on the Remnant must continue in the meantime. With Kai Tessira fully under my control, Helios, the Angara, and the Pathfinder's people will all yield. Our rise is assured. It has always been assured. Victory is inevitable, and Ket are patient. Okay, I mean, strong words. Not sure if he has what it takes to back those up, though. Okay, so obviously that is the correct direction right there. But, as I was saying, I think we briefly double back here just to make sure we didn't miss anything. In this direction. Well, there's at least this. Don't think we can jump down there. Gonna go as far as to guess that probably would not end well for us. And that might be it. Oh, whoa, don't go off the edge. But also, there's theoretically something to scan. Somewhere. Well, that was the sound of enemies spawning on top of us, and I hear them, slash see them. Did not get experience from that, which kind of suggests there's still one of there hanging around here somewhere.
Like this. And why? It makes no sense.
Where's this thing we're supposed to scan? Is it that? Kind of far away. You're getting that icon, that little blip. No? Did we activate that already? That's the turret over there that probably would have helped us with that previous fight. Now it's active, but I'm gonna wait for that. Yeah, so and once again, just can't find exactly what it's telling us we're supposed to scan over here. That thing? No. It's not giving us the sound effect when we're up on the upper level here, only when we're down below, for whatever that's worth. Ah, well, I mean, there's this. Not that that was all that meaningful, and it was not scannable. So I still don't know what it's trying to point us toward. I guess we'll have to settle without finding it, because I have no idea where it's trying to point us. But okay, we doubled back. Got a little bit of stuff from doing that. Anything on this side? No. What's that? That's weird. Okay, I'm assuming we're just never gonna be able to save. Yeah. Okay.
That's a lot of firepower. Crap.
Where to first? Oh. Come on. Fire explosion. Never mind. Who needs it? I see you. There it is. Not that it really mattered on that occasion, but... Deal with this. Oh.
Incoming!
What? What is incoming? Oh, the behemoth? Is that what you're referring to? I was about to start dealing with this guy. This looks like this encounter is going to be a lot tougher. behemoths there too. So I'll be honest, I haven't really noticed that much what the behemoth's actual abilities are, but it seems like it is the thing that is creating these grenade circle things. So I guess that's at least part of it. And he can make a lot of them. I assume he can probably sync kill. There's some more enemies. Is that a turret over there? Yeah. Oh no, it's anointed. Functionally the same thing, right? And then he jumps down as soon as we make our way over here, naturally. Rude. Well, this probably would help.
I think that's the last of them. For now.
Okay. Definitely felt like more enemies that time around. Or at least the way in which they attacked us was a little bit tougher. Now we can take a little bit of time here. I would totally hide something back behind there. But there's nothing. I know we were up here, but let's see if any remains that we did not catch. It's the behemoth, you would think would have dropped some nice stuff, but maybe not. Obviously, we will activate that in just a second. Oh, but what is this? That's the ultra-rare assault rifle of Ket origin, I believe. Ooh, that was closer than it had to be. Okay, let's check here real quick. Ooh. No, 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 no. Also not what I was asking you to do. There we go. Much better. Much better. Really? Okay, I'll be honest, we don't really need that all that badly. We already have a ton of that. I think we're probably fine, just leaving it there. Anything hiding in this corner, though? Yes. Ooh, very nice. Take the shotgun barrel. Okay, let's not get stuck in that corner. Whoa, that's a very annoying visual effect. I think that's just about everything. Why don't we jump up? Oh, speaking of classes we were just talking about before. Profiles. Oh no, we were on Sentinel in either case, I think, even when we were doing our biotic stuff. So we switched our gear and we switched our favorites to go the tech route. I think our profiles still make sense in both cases.
What new remnant surprise are we going to find here, I wonder?
Good question. Monstrous fungi is apparently the answer. So again, the fact that there is fungi here in the first place, kinda sort, or more like that.
Too dark. We could be ambushed.
You don't say. More like the plants in general. Vids, fungi's not a plant. Yes, I know. Fungi's not a plant. My point being, it suggests that there may be organic creatures that created the Remnant. Those are Angara. In pods. So that looks like Ket preparing for exaltation. If I had to hazard a guess. And we heard about Sword before. Which as I was saying, I assume means that we're going to find one of the Ket's cardinals. My guess is that'll be Sword, and perhaps Sword is about to show up. You can also jump up on there, but maybe we wait to do this first.
What the hell?
Translating. Pattern 1-3. Viability 56.2%. Genetic template transmitted for testing.
Definitely
Were they
sounds
performing
like
experiments
exaltation
on them?
stuff. But Remnant
Running
and Ket
analysis
doing similar
on
things like
this.
that?
These bodies are prototypes from genetic blueprints, each more refined than the last. Using Meridian, they designed a species that would live in this cluster.
The Angara.
There is nothing in the Angaran records that hints at their origin.
Okay, hold on for just a second there. So you're telling me that the Remnant created the Angara functionally in a lab by experimenting with various different sets of genomes until they settled on something that seemed optimized to live in Helios? And then obviously they eventually ended up with the Angara in their current form. And so this is how we are meant to believe the Angara were created. Which, again, I mean, does sound similar in many ways to what the Ket do, in that they're trying to perfect their species by fine-tuning their DNA. So yeah, how would the Angara feel about this? They strong enough to overcome this? I mean, some might be fine with it, but to most Angara, this would probably be rather alarming. So will they be fine and be unchanged, unfazed by it, or will they be rather distraught? Maybe they're strong enough.
Where they come from doesn't change who the Angara are now. They're still the same people. So Meridian is not just about terraforming. It's capable of creating life. But why do something like this?
I mean, that would explain more why the Ket would want to be here.
Builder's ultimate purpose.
They made life. What if the Archon could use Meridian to destroy life?
But again, it's... Alright, now we're going back. So, why are the Ket interested in doing this? Everything is saying Ket just want to destroy anyone and everything that lives because they want domination. Except they need living creatures to exalt themselves. So it makes no sense. What would make sense would be after this huge reveal for someone to say, oh, hey, here's this research that the Remnant appear to have done about perfecting a genome for this cluster. The Ket would love that because then they would be able to target their exaltation, their own species experimentation, to perfect their genome, which is what they're trying to do. That would be the logical thing. That would make a ton of sense. But no. Instead, the Ket will just use this for destruction because they're evil and they are that one-dimensional. I mean, it had potential for a lot more than that. But they're being reduced to just such simple enemies that don't have any nuance to them.
Look at this tech. The builders intended Meridian to do great things. To advance science, not be used as a weapon.
But the system still has destructive capabilities.
How so?
We better get to those controls.
You didn't say in any way how it has destructive capabilities. Now this is where Sword drops in.
If we crack Meridian's controls first, we make sure the Archon can't use it.
Like, there's been zero mention of how this can be used for destruction.
Jal needs to be told about the Angara. What we learned.
I know. We'll tell Joe and let him decide how to spread the news to his people. Observers weren't here before, were they?
You activated the Remnant systems here, Pathfinder. They are likely resuming their duties.
that all of them? Like, there's no mention of how this could be used for destruction. It's just, oh, hey, they use this to gather information about what kind of species would live here most optimally. No mention at all of how that could be used destructively. But for some reason, the game is just so dead set on going in that direction. Both with Drax's explanation and with Sam's explanation. No context at all as to why. You didn't say why. This does not seem to have anything to do with destruction. And yet, that's the direction that Sam went in. Wait, can we go, what, to our left? Not yet. Okay. It's like Sam basically just made that up.
That's some tree. Maybe this vault is where they experimented with designs.
Gnarled tree, Balos life form, chlorophyll detected. Like many of the plants on the station, the life signs of this tree are strong and indicate that it is flourishing. Its place within this vault suggests it was a prototype propagated throughout Helios by the Remnant. So yeah, the Remnant have basically used the Helios as their petri dish for experimenting with creating life. But everything is centered around creation, not destruction. There's been no explanation as to how it could be used for destruction.
These things. Why did they keep them around?
Don't like it. Feels wrong.
And the Ket could use it for creative purposes, creation purposes. So why are we continuously going in the other direction? It's just very weird. Okay, can we open this now? Like where? Within here, are you actually telling me to go? Now you're saying we can go in the middle? Okay, I didn't actually remember if we activated a device in here, but okay. Apparently we're now ready to go into the middle. Oh, right, we did the thing that made the observers show up, so I suppose we did. Okay, Ket outside here, though.
Learned about the Angara. Maybe that's why. Should I have command hub access now? Unless Sam's wrong, of course.
All right, 2 towers going. Should get us into Meridian's main control room.
Definitely saw some enemies out here.
It's working. Gunk's gone. It was hiding something, though.
So this is how it's supposed to look when everything is working.
Okay. Apparently we could have used those in the previous fight as well. Anything scannable now that was not scannable before, now that we've activated things up? Don't know. I'm curious what happens to the Scourge in the other areas. Does that magically go away now that everything else is activated? Or is it still there? Was there anti-Scourge technology that the Remnant developed? Or not? That seems to still be a question that remains unanswered. There's sword.
This is looking ugly! We're in trouble here!
Can't hold out much longer.
Going well.
I'd argue that it is. Now, admittedly, I did lose track of where you went. Oh, no, not you. You're a normal chosen. The boss person who is now definitely shooting at us from somewhere. You. The other enemies might just respawn indefinitely until we get review. That may certainly be the case. these guys aren't so bad anymore, are they? Fought plenty of you before. Ooh, more shield capacitors. Is that all? Might be, and call me crazy, but I'm not sure if I'm seeing any Scourge now, and perhaps these trees are showing up where the Scourge once was. So is the Scourge, like, anti-life? Rip. You know, whenever they create life, they also create Scourge as a side effect, if you will. This is the place where we got the, yeah, little blip that we were unable to track down, but so be it. Okay, hold on. Let's give us the sound effect up here as well. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that would have been something. Oh no, for a second, from that angle, it looked like the Intel nodes. Apparently not.
I hope we've got a way to track where we...
Oh, so many times in this area in particular. Lines get cut off or interrupted by other lines. It's a little frustrating because it's big stuff.
We did the work. They don't get to reap the benefits.
Hello, buddy. This guy does not care about us. He only cares about the Remnant. Oh, okay. Let's get out of here. Ah, well, that's also not a great way to do that. Also don't love being right next to him like that. Also walked straight onto that grenade. And might have did die in the process. Oopsie daisy. Okay. Maybe a little bit sloppy there. Maybe a little bit sloppy there. Okay. Why don't we try that again? Realize that we're all the chosen over there as well. Oh, there's a destroyer up there too. That theoretically is probably fighting the fiend as well.
Looks like fun. Let's join in.
Or we could wait till they're done.
Oh, I see. We technically don't need to fight this fight. Let them all take each other out. Ow. Now you're dead. Get rid of that anointed. Now, there's still stuff up here. Plenty of things up there, actually. Well, that was not supposed to be one of you. That was supposed to be a hover in place. Although, it still worked. Well, that was interesting. Hey, Drac, how's it going? Didn't really see what made that happen to you, but, you did go flying. There's a turret back there. Also think I just blew up an explosion container directly on top of myself. So that was lovely. So theoretically we can, destroy the cannons? Apparently that's a thing. Unless you may want to throw one of these on real quick. You guys being annoying. Naturally, the destroyer is now paying attention to us. Also, ow, is apparently a nullifier here, so what the heck? How are you so easily seeing us? That might have, yeah, that, I can see the left cannon is now down, it looks like. That might have been the right cannon. I don't know what it can still do in this case. I'd like to not be right next to it when it explodes. Where exactly is that guy? Found him! Hello, friends. Oh. Yeah, that did also teleport our friends here. Oh, hello. There's more. I mean, I kind of wanted to double back real quick to see what else we can nab. So I'm sure after fighting some big enemies, I've just seen some nice stuff here, and we'll shield capacitors refund as well while we're at it. Okay, let's just, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This is probably the destroyer. I value salvage. Yeah, we'll take it. Anything beyond that? Stuff up here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Think we're good to go then. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was close. Almost jumped into one endless pit, only to nearly drop into a different endless pit. Okay. Are theoretically, yes. Still some enemies, though. Still one of these guys, nullifier back here. Oh, hello. Other one. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Ow. Please don't shoot me through walls. Or, no, when I turn around while I'm cloaked. Okay. Well. I think we dealt with them now. I was looking for ammo because I actually did use some there for rare. Once a rare. Once in a while. We do actually do that. Once upon a time, that was scan. Oh, did that actually give us intel there? Even though there wasn't anything for me to actively scan? Whoa! Our inventory is actually full. Wow. Wait. No, it isn't? We have 102 out of 200 and you're telling me our inventory is full? That seems a little strange. Maximum number of stacked items. Oh, do we have... We can't have any more Remnant decryption keys? Is that what this means? Hold on, I'm curious. Is that a consumable? Not one of those. Resources. I mean, polymer. There's a lot of those. Not that, I don't think. Ah, we have 9 of them, and that's the most we can have. Can be used to bypass any glyph-locked Remnant console. Oh, these are the ones for the free pass on Sudoku. No, we're Sudoku Masters. We don't need any more of them. We're fine. Apparently, we can only have 9 of them at a time. But at this point, we're far enough along in the game that we might not have many opportunities to use them anyway, so we'll be okay. I'm surprised we can't just have a separate stack of them, though. Okay, so this has to be the main area. And we've not yet had any purification-like stuff happen. But I have to imagine that means now is going to be when that does happen, because people were talking about it before.
To find here, pathfinder?
Oh, unless
No
it's
idea.
a gravity well going to
But
take
that
us
looks
up.
like a gravity well.
Okay, hold on. Let's see what this is first. So this looks scannable.
Pathfinder, I am quickly building a workable database of the Remnant language.
Oh.
We have not encountered instances of it in such abundance before.
Okay. Translation from the holographic data storage pattern, 86.3% accuracy. Translated from Remnant language. Opposition's imprecise alt. Foe, defiler. Next move learned from secrets. Intelligence news. From Geln. Take action. Protect the work. Individual life is nothing. The machine of life is everything. Huh. What the heck? I mean, it sounds like what happens there, is that the Remnant obviously discovered a way to functionally create life, is what we've seen here. And that question I was asking before, is the Remnant just a species of robots? Or were there originally some organic species that created the robots that, you know, are they both Remnant? Is one of them Remnant and one other species that predates the Remnant? Kind of like a Quarry and Geth situation. But they found a way to create life. And so they are now trying to perfect, or were trying to perfect life and came up with the Angara. And now they're being attacked, possibly by the Ket, possibly by someone long before the Ket showed up. And they are saying that they are not as concerned about losing their own species or individual robots or organic life forms if they were once organic, because the most important thing is that they maintain and sustain this system that can create life, it seems. We did go down before, now we're back up. Theoretically, that was the control central command. That's what we just entered. That's a door we cannot yet go through. Okay. Oh. Yeah, so we can take all that stuff. Our inventory isn't actually full. We just have a maximum amount of the Sudoku free passes. Okay, that looks a lot like the consoles we found in all the vaults. Telling me there's stuff to scan here? I mean, I'm sure there will be.
Damn, look at this place. I'm afraid to touch anything.
I don't blame you.
Finally.
That's what you're waiting all this time for, Ryder? Not to find this place, but to get to a place where you couldn't touch anything? What the heck, man? Still don't know what it's technically trying to direct us toward. The scanner. I mean, surely. The big thing in the middle, no question.
What's that? Something that big has to be important.
Okay, good. down here as well. Huh. And there's all this stuff for health and weapon, ammo, restoration, what have you. Explosive containers, which implies we're going to fight here at some point. But in the vaults in the past, there were usually enemies first. Then once you clear them out is when you activate these things. I mean, I've not been able to scan any of this stuff manually. Like, any of it, which is kind of odd. No, our scanner's been beeping like crazy, but I assumed we'd get something at least up here. It is hard to get the Remnant research. That's part of the reason why I'm trying to make sure we get it, but alas. Okay. So this might just be a purification field type thing where as soon as we activate it, we need to bolt out of here. But, and I guess, yes, in the past, that has also spawned in some Remnant enemies as well. So that would perhaps explain all the other health and ammo restoration stuff here. But what is this going to do beyond that? This is the main hub.
Translating. Connection lost. Meridian engine not found.
I mean, can we repair it?
Sam, is there damage here? Can we restore systems like we did before?
I'm sorry, Pathfinder. Systems are intact, but they are searching for a component that doesn't appear to exist.
The cat's stolen.
What do you mean doesn't appear to exist?
One moment, Pathfinder. I have found something. Translating. Final administrator log. The opposition's weapon may cause widespread damage. All our weapons, our ships, will not be able to protect us. Protect my goal. We need to disengage Meridian from Command Core, which will remain here to draw fire. Meridian contains all the work of the Jardan. Nothing else matters. I will send it far. We can return one day. Continue the process of renewal.
Okay.
End of log.
So there was a different species. It was the Jardan. They created all this stuff.
The Archon was wrong. This isn't Meridian. Meridian is gone.
That
But they were
can't be
attacked and
the
they
end of
fled.
it. There must be some way to get it back.
We gotta move now.
Let's get out of here.
Get ready. We're getting out of here. Sam, find me another exit, away from the cat.
There is no other exit, Pathfinder. However, the Remnant city is not without defenses, and this is its central command.
Remnant defenses, of course. Use them against the cat.
Sounds like a plan.
Sam, now!
I'm not gonna lie, that turret is pretty small compared to the size of that ship. Maybe if we have 100 of them, though, that might start to make a difference. Hopefully we're not anywhere over there. Just another day at the office. Or not.
The Archon wants that one. Destroy the rest.
Okay.
Watch your back.
Oh, this
One
is
of those
sword.
with a cloak.
I can still smell that cat stench.
Hey, everybody. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, you look like the normal cloaky dudes. That's why I was kind of surprised. It seems like you might have actually been Sword. Oh, don't fall down there. Don't fall down there, though. I thought the Cardinal we... Okay, now I'm kind of disoriented with where exactly we are right now. I thought the Cardinal that we fought before was Sword. But they were unnamed. Sword, turns out, is just a special cloaky person. What makes you special other than just having more health and probably more damage? Oh, she's over there. Somewhere. Presumably.
I knew those cat were trouble the minute I saw them.
But we came here for Meridian.
Cat now, Meridian later.
Does she just disappear canonically until you've defeated a certain number of enemies in a wave?
Got you.
Oh, seems like it. She's clearly there. I can see you. We have to... No, we're fine with shield. Well, we will be fine with shield. Maybe we'll be fine with shield. Saw that.
Lost visual on the leader.
Again? Okay, so I guess it's just a multi-phase fight in that way.
It's like the Archon sent all the goons after us. Could this get any worse? Man. You think you're so sneaky, don't you?
The Fiends?
Got you. And don't forget the rest of those cats.
Okay, not gonna lie, I don't know where we're looking there. But, yeah, well, sure, we'll deal with you. That might be Sword, right next to the Fiend as well. So it is one of the Poke people. There is also someone behind us. Yeah, that is Sword. Surely this is her last phase, right? Right? That's pretty good.
Ground team, is everyone all right?
Everyone accounted for.
We saw everything from orbit. It was incredible. The entire city lit up. The scans went wild.
And Ryder, the Ket are retreating. Whatever you did, it worked.
They had it coming? No. Good to hear.
A full retreat? That's a relief to hear.
Any progress on Meridian? Have you got it working yet?
Sort of, but not really.
This isn't Meridian. Or at least not all of it. Hard to explain. We'll brief you later.
Are we gonna
So
immediately
Meridian's gone.
teleport out of here?
But shouldn't this thing know the nav point of where it went?
Contact with the Scourge will have altered Meridian's original path. It would take countless years to determine its current location.
If that's what it takes, there must be some other way, some other thing here we can get, some other hint.
All this remnant tech around us? The Jardin had to have a plan.
I don't think they had much time for a plan.
Well, if the Scourge is messing things up, maybe that's where we should look.
What are you thinking, kid?
We'll need to ponder that one.
I don't know yet. We'll have to think about it.
You heard Kello. The Ket are running from us.
That just means we need to push forward before they can recover. We have to find Meridian. The real one. Sam, collect all the data you can. Radio the Tempest for extraction. This is going to take work. And it's going to take all of us.
activation achieved. Mission complete, it seems. And a big one, as anticipated. I think it lived up to the hype.
Pathfinder, you seem well.
I guess that's one way to sum up what just happened.
We're all doing quite well here. Thank you.
That is good to hear. This journey can't have been easy. Speaking of which, we know you defied us. You went for Meridian in direct violation of initiative orders.
Oh, right. We
Even though
may
our
have.
reasons were quite clear. Yet, you were correct, Ryder. We should have trusted your instincts. You have proven time and again that you deserve the title of Pathfinder. I have never been so glad to be wrong.
It's about time. No, thank you.
I appreciate your encouragement and your candor.
I am told there are still obstacles to reaching Meridian. The initiative stands ready to provide whatever support you need.
Okay.
Pathfinder, if you're done with your call to the Nexus, I'd like to talk to you. I think I've found a way for us to find Meridian.
Okay, Nexus Threshold unlocked. Another cryopod. Granted, those are not terribly valuable for us at this stage. But the big takeaways from that, it seems the Jordan, have we learned of them ever before? Is that the first time we'd ever heard of them? Seems like they are, in fact, the creators of the Remnant, as I was sort of theorizing such a species might exist. They created the Remnant and they created the Meridian as a way to create additional new life and try to optimize it for the circumstances in the Helios cluster. Then they got attacked by someone, and this was probably a long time ago, so I don't know if it was the Ket or someone who predated the Ket, and that forced them to abandon ship on the Meridian, and so they fled along with some of the key components of Meridian, and so that's why we didn't really find the intel that we were looking for, nor did the Ket. Is there other stuff we can do with this vid color? No, okay. And now, as we anticipated, I imagine.
Pulled an all-nighter processing the data we received from the Remnant city. It's a lot.
Don't push yourself too hard. Someone's gonna keep me pretty.
Thanks, Liam. But yes, I imagine now we are going to have much more actual gameplay-wise time pressure for us to do main quest missions, and if we don't do them promptly, we'll have some sort of negative consequences. Because at this point, it is perhaps a race to... I mean, it was already seemingly a bit of a race to the Meridian, but now we know that wasn't the real deal. But perhaps we can find where the Jordan actually went. And yes, theoretically we do have... Oh, actually, for a second I thought I said 2 cryopods, but yeah, we've 1 other cryopod we could get. And just about all of them are pretty meaningless at this stage. Were we working to... Oh, we were doing the Apex credits one, I think. I mean, sure. I guess. Speaking of Apex missions... That was a bronze mission, for what it's worth. I'm pretty sure that we just failed, so, okay. What the heck? It's a silver mission? It's not even like those were difficult. Okay, hold on. Gold mission. And for this... Oh, good, okay. We do still have a well-optimized team for that. So we had so many that were occupied, I wasn't sure if that was going to be the case. Alright. 92% chance of success. Surely you wouldn't fail that twice. And then this one, how long do we have until it expires? Plenty of time. We'll be fine. Are any of these about to finish? That's kind of close. That's very close. Okay. We'll see. We did get a ton of stuff from that mission, so we should probably still look to sell some things. This was the Ket ultra rare assault rifle that I think we might have picked up at one point in time. We were curious about it, but we might not have actually tested it out, so I'm a little tempted to hold on to that. And we did also get an ultra rare fusion mod. Yeah, okay, this is melee damage at the cost of other stuff. I forget, there was somewhere in this previous mission where we got this. I forget exactly where it was. I don't think it was at the very end. Oh, have we seen this before? Extra health, reduced shields. Power recharge speeds, we saw that. Damage resistance, but lose damage. Weak point damage, reduce whip size. We get a bazillion fusion mods from that mission? Because we might have. Or if we set this up such that it is only showing us mods. Maybe it's just that we didn't pick up any new weapons or anything. Maybe that's it, actually. Plenty of salvage. Certainly still plenty of salvage to sell. And we'll take as many shield capacitors as we can get. Okay. So, let's see. Meridian was lost when the Scourge was launched against... Oh! Okay, I missed that piece. It was specifically the Scourge that was launched against the Jardin. As the heart of the Vault network, it is the key to restoring worlds all across the cluster. Only when Meridian is found and secured will the future of Helios be certain. Talk to Suvi about that. So, that obviously is important. The question is, we have a few other missions remaining. This should be really quick. This might be somewhat significant on Vold, and this one we learned about pretty recently from Callow. Other than that, there's almost nothing left. There's one of these remaining on Eladin, I think. There's the med center on Aya. Don't remember where that is. And investigate attacks on Nexus ships. So those all seem pretty minor, and then there's probably a bunch of still additional tasks. Which I assume for the most part those are not terribly time sensitive. So the thing is, some of these things might expire or have certain outcomes locked out if we don't do them promptly. Like this one in particular comes to mind because this seemed like at the time it was relatively urgent. Or it might just be, even for some of the older ones, if we wait long enough and, you know, we're starting to get into some really big missions, then maybe we won't be able to do them anymore after that. So there's still reason to potentially look to do those soon. So that's how the side quests could be affected. But then if we do the side quests now, then if the main quest is affected by how long it takes you to complete it, then that could also be a reason to do this first instead. And again, that's why we did so many side quests so aggressively before, so that we could ideally not have to worry about having other things that we had not yet finished that we might have had to sacrifice or compromise on.
You have new email at your terminal, Pathfinder.
That may still be the case with some of the stuff we have left.
Extremely quick thinking for a human. You saw the perfect drop zone just in time.
Well, we humans get lucky sometimes.
I'm glad to have that kind of luck on my flight deck.
It's a little passive-aggressive, but okay. Also, if I'm not mistaken, that may have said fire-breathing thresher maws, which is possibly the single most terrifying phrase I've ever read in my life. Let's see. Fun and games from Drac. Hey kid, you ever play fire-breathing thresher maws of Doom? Heck of a game. Okay, it's just a game. Don't worry. Vetra somehow scared me up a copy. Meet me at Vortex and we'll play. I don't remember where Vortex is, but it's presumably one of the bars somewhere. Invitation Pathfinders only. From Zevin Reika. That's the Solarian Pathfinder, I think? Ryder, I realize you're taken up with business, as we all are, but we shouldn't forget to celebrate our victories. The reunion of so many Pathfinders certainly counts. Next time you're on the Nexus, come by Pathfinder HQ. We deserve an evening to catch up all together. And they did do us a pretty huge favor, remember? They ran the decoy that helped us get to the Meridian more safely. Alright, are we still calling the place we just went to as the Meridian, or now that we've learned that technically the Meridian kind of sort of still exists elsewhere? Is there some other name? The Remnant City, is that technically how we should refer to it now? Place we just were? I'm free from the journalist, Carrie Tavessa. I'm out. Remember, she was incarcerated last we saw her. Your visit must have shaken things up, huh? Come by the Nexus and I'll tell you everything. If you tell me all about the Remnant City you found, it'll be nice to see you without bars between us. Carrie. Okay. So we are learning about a bunch of new quests, which does kind of, sort of give me the impression that there is still some flexibility we have in terms of when we take on other things, because otherwise, you know, if it's like as soon as you learn about this next main quest mission, you have to immediately do it, otherwise terrible things happen. Well, if the other side quests only become available, some of these at least, only become available after you've done that quest, then how else are you supposed to finish those? So maybe that means we have a little bit of wiggle room here, which means possibly even before we talk to Suvi, we might just immediately bolt to wrap up any remaining side quests that we still have here. And then we can not sweat it, not be concerned about, just going and doing basically 100% main quests to finish out the game. That's kind of what I'm thinking. We also didn't read all the emails. Let's do that real quick. What else do we have? Cities and Gardens from Cora. Still thinking about that Scourge weapon from the Remnant City. Our scientists are scratching their heads over how it works, but I'm stuck on the idea that someone felt the need to build it. Makes an orbital mass accelerator look like a wet firework. What kind of war demands that kind of response? Whatever happened, we're left with the aftermath. Planting gardens in the rubble. Same as any other war. So yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't really get a good sense as to how that Scourge weapon played it. Like, yes, the Jardin were scared off when they got attacked, but it was not clear to me at the time that it was the Scourge that was the weapon that whoever it was using to fight the Jardin. See, from Callow. Hello, Ryder. Got this from one of the returnees to the Nexus. Thought you might like to see it. Just a reminder, if you ever need someone to deliver you to the jugular of those Ket monsters, I'm there. Okay, this is... He's forwarding us from Sorbil Tane. Hope I've got the right person. Do you fly that ship, the Tempest? Someone told me one of our people was helping the human pathfinder. Thank you for getting us away from that terrible ship. The sights, the smells, they'll always be with me. But you and Ryder made sure they'll just be memories. Do us proud. Just some kind words. I appreciate the support from Zoe Walsberg. That name does not ring a bell. Hi, Callow. I'm trying the new auto-address system you suggested. Hope I got your last name right. I wanted to say something. Thank you doesn't cover what it means to have someone share the burden. I'm tracking every credit, though. Prepare yourself for a windfall later. Fly safe. Zoe. Yeah, no, I'm still not sure who that is. I do not remember. Oops. Don't worry about this, Ryder. I'll take care of it. Callow. Yeah. Some, metaphorical dirty laundry for Callow, perhaps. That might be his significant other / ex. But I don't remember. Okay. From Liam. I don't talk about stuff like this because my mouth's an idiot. Okay, point proven with that statement alone. But we're in weird space now. The Jardin made a people. Back in the Milky Way, we were knocking on the door of stable clones, but that's different. The bits are already there. It's snapped together. So I go down this hole about making life, and then I start thinking about Sam. Your dad made a kind of life. This amazing technical achievement that I look at and I can't even really get the edges of it. And it's in your head. That's pretty special. Like, I need another reason to think Pathfinder is something different here. I don't know the point of this. Sometimes he's just right. Right? Liam has included a list of media themed to creation. Genres include theological talks, scientific papers on technological integration, and a 1995 vid about an AI's choice of footwears. That must be a reference to something, but I'm not sure what it is. Okay, from Lexi. Ket facts. I've started my thesis on Ket anatomy and thought you would enjoy some of the interesting facts I've discovered. That depends. Ket have 332 bones in the body. For comparison, human adults have 206, yep. Ket have no reproductive organs. Okay, well that seems to prove the theory that we were positing before, that Ket cannot reproduce outside of exaltation, so they 100% rely on that to create more Ket, in which case, all the things I was saying before apply, where it makes zero, or very close to 0 sense, the approach that the Ket have taken. Because if they destroy every other species in the system, then they have no way of reproducing, and they've functionally destroyed their own species as well. Which is why the writing of the Ket, to be blunt, has been pretty terrible. Similar to Turians and Quarians, Kets are digitigrades? Does that mean, is that the number of fingers they have? I think they all have 3 fingers? The bone-like armor that covers their bodies are actual bones. The Ket have double the amount of taste buds as the average human. Okay. Apparently, they're picky eaters. Movie night plans from Lexi. Liam's movie night seems to be catching everyone's interest, especially Drac and Peebee. Well, perhaps we should talk. We might head off a medical emergency before it happens. Oh. Return supplies? From an outpost coordinator, all medical supplies reclaimed from outlaw bases have been dispersed to initiative outposts and away teams. Thank you for your assistance. Next is supplies. These are missions that or emails that we've read before, probably from missions that we completed a while ago. Okay. So, yes, Suvi has a specific thing she wants to talk to us about. I'm deliberately going to avoid her for the time being. However, I imagine many of our other squad mates may still have other things to talk to us about, so let's do that.
What can I do for you?
Or perhaps not.
Tell me something else about the ship.
O'Connell, our systems designer, was running a power distribution model. How power moves through the ship.
I know, we've heard this a bazillion times,
but he
right?
forgot to lock his terminal, and we, added a few embellishments. For 2 days, poor O'Connell was convinced that turning on all the bathroom lights would overload the engine core.
Yeah.
I'll let you concentrate.
You know where I'll be.
Okay. What about others?
I'm still trying to make sense of everything we learned at the Remnant City. I can't believe the Angara are designed. What are the implications?
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer.
Far too many to sift through at once. It's mostly for the Angara to figure out.
I can't imagine what this will mean to them. Helios is more and more interesting every minute. Anything you want to talk about before we head back into it?
That was the gist of it.
Thanks for chatting. We'll talk again later.
You know it.
Okay. See if others have anything to say. I mean, Jal, don't know if we're about to have that conversation with him as well. So that could be a rather difficult conversation to have.
Every time we fight an exalted Krogan, I think about how that could be me. I'd want you to kill me.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's a great conversation starter. What about Spender's Guilt? That's tied to your loyalty mission, in fact, and I'm surprised we're only just seeing this, because I imagine we probably tried to talk to Drac immediately after his loyalty mission, looking for something like this.
Are you happy now that Spender's out of the picture?
Damn right I am. Maybe they'll forget to feed him while he's locked up.
Breaks your hearts, huh?
Heart. Just got the one left.
Oh. Okay.
We can talk more later.
Sure.
Don't remember how many hearts Krogan start off with. It's more than one, obviously. Is it just 2 or more than that, though?
Pathfinder, Bradley says Prodromos is back on track. That road car threat made me angry as hell, but it also kind of made me feel like a local. I've arranged a thing on EOS for everyone. It's time I gave back, not just go from crisis to crisis. Sam has the nav points, dress light.
Okay. So that I also wonder when... Like, can we only learn about this mission immediately after doing the mission on the Remnant City? Because that was a while ago than when we were helping out with the Rokar attack. Not that long ago, but I would imagine we spoke to Liam after doing that.
Waiting on that trip to Prodromos, Pathfinder. Head there and hit my nav point. We've all earned a break.
Oh, okay, he won't even talk to us about anything else other than that. Alright. Let's try to see if he had anything to say about the Remnant City, but apparently not. This could be a tough talk with Joel.
Hello, Ryder. Have you come to see if I'm finally broken? To see what discovering that my people were invented has done to me?
I think this is one of those times where you just listen to what Joel has to say. We don't need to give our own opinion.
Just here if you need to talk. I can't imagine what you're feeling.
I've been staring out the window, trying to figure that out.
That's new.
True. Angara are usually very free with our feelings.
Not talking about all Angara. I'm talking about you.
I'm numb. I'm in awe. There's a peace in knowing that though the universe is beyond your understanding, it doesn't need your understanding to function. That you may even have a hidden destiny.
The Jordan may have had a plan, but as Ryder was kind of saying before, you know, the Angara are the Angara. You know, they're their own people. They exist independently from the Jordan, and whether they do what the Jordan planned for them to do or not is ultimately up to the Angara, not the Jordan.
Does it matter? Your people aren't shackled to this new discovery.
I agree. We don't owe anything to the Jordan. Our destiny is our own. I'm not broken, Ryder. I'm excited.
Well, that's good to hear.
The Angara were created for a purpose. We were given vaults and golden worlds. All these advanced tools. And there is nothing the Ket can do about it. The future holds more for the Angara than a never-ending war on the Ket. Much more.
Okay, now this is maybe... It's a little bit of an overstatement, but I think we have to go this route.
Those bony bastards will put up a fight.
Let them. It doesn't matter if we were created by a god, reborn from our ancestors, or exist as the dream of an AI superpower. This discovery changes nothing except ourselves. And that's
everything.
It changes nothing except everything. Yeah, I think you lost... In the interest of trying to be profound, you know, may have been a little hypocritical there. Okay, right, no, that's Subi, who we don't really want to chat with just yet. But yeah, I think Joel took that pretty well. That's a good sign. I mean, I am kind of curious to see if he has anything else to say, I suppose.
Do you have time to talk further?
Yes, although it doesn't seem as though you have anything else new to say.
I'll see you later, Joel.
Stay strong and clear.
Okay. Whoopsie daisy, there we go. Okay, didn't we have the Apex mission that was about to finish? Yes. I swear, if we were about to fail another bronze mission, another 90+% mission, I was not going to be pleased. Okay. Now we do have a team that we can use here. Oh, this one expires pretty soon. We should send a team for that. 94%. Surely they will succeed, right? Okay, so let's see. We've chatted with all of you. Is Core over here, maybe? No, I mean, we could obviously check our map if we need to. Oh, also, we leveled up twice, and we have not spent our points from leveling up. I mean, now is not necessarily the most urgent of times to do that, although we should probably make a point of doing that before we head down for our next mission, in which our points do matter. Did y'all just teleport down here? No, okay. We're just hearing him from halfway across the ship. Oh, he's talking with Cora, okay.
This much better than I would.
Same here. I'd get nosebleeds just thinking about it.
Part of our design included how to cope with the revelation. But I think it's simply who we are.
Ah, he's taking it pretty well.
Hi there.
She has nothing to say about this.
See you later, Cora.
I'll be here.
Okay, Vetra.
Hey, Ryder. You busy? I've got a surprise for you.
Oh. Oh. If we did have a romance thing with Vetra not that long ago, so I do wonder if this might be something that builds upon that.
Shins.
Can I open my eyes now?
Okay, just a little more. Good. Open. Surprise.
Burnt steak or something like that? Be honest, well, it seems like she tried to do something nice and cook some human meal for us. One that I imagine, you know, getting meat probably from the Milky Way is not exactly the easiest thing to do in Andromeda, and so this is a major luxury. So it's supposed to be this amazing, rare gift, but obviously she botched the cooking, and, well, I think we just act appreciative, right?
This is wonderful.
I tried. It wasn't easy to get all this together, but you're worth it.
Oh, and the flowers too.
Myself. It's steak. Cow.
Earth cow?
It just said cow on the packet. Does it matter?
Is it space cow? Is it the shifty-looking cow? That's very different. That's very different. This doesn't look safe. I mean, true, definitely. We are basically eating charcoal by the looks of things, but no, it looks fine.
Delicious. I love cow. I'm gonna take time to savor this.
You don't have to be nice about it. I know I probably made it wrong.
Vetra, this is great, but you didn't have to.
I just wanted to do something special for you. As thanks. This journey has taken centuries. But we see the destination clearly now. Because of you. You care about my sister. You care about me. For me. Not because you can get something out of me. I love you.
Oh. She's opening up to us.
I just don't want to ruin it. I thought.
Give her a hug. She's getting all emotional, Ryder.
It would take a lot to ruin this.
Really?
Oh. Do we go all all lovey-dovey or straight to the point? I mean, that's... I'm kind of curious. Is like this... Obviously, this is like, oh, yes. We are confirming that You are the person that we want to be in a relationship with. This, I almost wonder if, like, is this so calculated that Vetra's like, ew, gross? I don't know, but I'm kind of intrigued.
This is why I want to be with you. All the things you do for the people you love. You're amazing.
I think I know how to make all this up to you.
Please, no more food.
No. I think you'll like this.
Okay, please just black out and don't show us what this is, because I don't really want to have to block this out on stream. But you hear the kissing. There's at least that. Okay. Well, interpret that as you will. Interpret that as you will. Okay. I am kind of curious to talk to Vetra now and see if she has anything to say about that. She's still down here? Is she in her more usual room? Oh, she's over there.
We always seem to be so close, but never close enough.
You mean the Remnant City? Meridian?
I was so sure we'd reach the end. I had a bottle of Drossix Blue ready to go.
I mean, don't Josh Groban.
I'm frustrated too, but we're close. Every bit's progress.
I know. I'll just put that stuff back on the shelf. For later.
Okay.
You probably have work to do. We can chat later.
You know where to find me.
Okay. So that's Vetra's opinion on the mission. And a little more romance with her. I don't know if... I mean, that might be the last romance with her. Who have we not yet spoken with? Yes, I know. Not yet spent those points. Cora, yes. Vetra, spoken with. Lexi does want to speak with us. So we should probably do that. Oh, wait, what? That was really disorienting. This is not the room I thought it was. Okay, Lexi would like to speak with us.
It's my night off.
Do we get nights off? Is that the way this works? She put in a request.
Just checking in. What are you reading?
Harry's latest report on Sarah. She's restless, but on the mend.
So you're not really taking the night off.
Work-life balance has never been my strong suit.
Okay. Not too late to change that. This means you're taking your job seriously.
You love what you do. Nothing wrong with that.
Tell that to my exes. How do you do it? Be both you and the Pathfinder.
Right now, it feels like Lexi's hitting on us. It's easy. It just comes naturally.
Pathfinder, Doctor, they're just titles, not who we are.
I don't know who I am if I'm not a doctor.
You're only what, 200 years old? You've got time to find out.
You're only 200. Okay, you did say there was something specifically that you wanted to speak with us about, though, and that didn't seem to be it. So, let's try that again, shall we?
I hear Liam's planning to show some vids.
Yes.
If our duties ever give us time.
Explains why Drac and PB are distilling something unsavory.
Oh.
Screw up the measurements and bathtub hooch can leave you blind, or worse. We can do better.
Better how?
An Asari liquor called Acantha. They used to run these wonderful black and white ads. There might be a bottle on the Nexus. It wouldn't be too expensive, I'm sure. Let me know if you find it.
Okay.
I'll let you get back to it.
I'll be here if you need me.
Certainly done a lot of those preparation for the movie night missions for a whole bunch of different squad mates. I don't remember who we have not yet done it for, because it feels like it's almost everyone at this point. Speaking of people to chat with here, have we now debriefed with Gil we've not spoken to since that previous mission? Liam, Drakjal, PB. Yeah. It's just Gil. Let's go chat with him. We should also probably save, because we couldn't save for that entire time of that mission. So we've not manually saved for a very long time. Right, Gil.
So my buddy Jill, who, by the way, can't stop singing your praises, wants to have a baby. And, stop me if you've heard this one before, she asked me if I'd father it.
So, exciting news. On the other hand, did we not very recently have a whole mission about how there was someone who had an unplanned baby and how that was going to cause a whole series of problems because we were not prepared to do that? Because raising a baby takes a whole bunch of additional resources, and babies are not contributing to the Andromeda Initiative for many years until they're able to do something that is directly helpful to the whole project. And, you know, that's kind of the whole reason why we still have thousands of people in cryo. I mean, they have a bunch of jobs that we've planned that need to happen at some point. Things that we need to do for the initiative. And we can't even get them out from cryo yet because we're not yet ready to sustain that many people. And yet, here we are talking about raising children who will need, what, 18 years? I don't know, do we... what's the child labor policy on the Andromeda Initiative? It's like, if we have to wait 18 years before any of the children can help out with the initiative, that's a long time to be feeding and housing someone and providing all the other services that person needs to live before they're able to help us at all, when we could just awaken someone else from cryo who can immediately contribute right off the bat. So, you know, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But this is also, I'm pretty sure, one of the people who is in charge of the whole reproduction process management, which is who he's referring to here. So I guess if anyone would know what the plan is, it would be Jill. Right? That's her name, I think. Wait, is it really Gil and Jill?
Wow. That's huge.
Right?
What the hell are you going to do?
I don't know. I'm still in the freaking out phase. Would it be totally crazy if I said yes?
I mean, yes, for the reasons I just described, but I'm not going to tell you that. Because we're going to ignore all logic and instead encourage you because, reasons. Because that's what the game wants us to say, basically. This is the logical thing that any rational person would have to say because of the circumstances. But no, the game definitely doesn't want us to say this. The game definitely wants us to say this instead.
I don't think it's crazy.
I mean, we're already family. I get her, she gets me, and we support each other unconditionally.
Wanting to give someone what they want most in the world is love, Gil.
I hear you. And you know I've been thinking about it, Ryder. Becoming a dad. I don't want to just be a donor. Bringing a kid into the world wouldn't be enough for me. I'd want to raise the child with Jill.
Sounds like you know what you want.
Yeah. It's funny, you can think until you're blue in the face. Sometimes you just gotta trust your gut.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's technically speaking, it's definitely the wrong decision in the Andromeda Initiative. Is that a cynical take? Oh yeah, no, absolutely, don't get me wrong, but that's just the harsh reality of being involved in this incredibly ambitious program where if everyone just decided, oh hey, no, let's all just have children right now, then suddenly you have, you know, you double the population, or, you know, however quickly, you know, you increase the population with, again, a whole bunch of people who cannot immediately contribute to the initiative, and it just makes it exponentially more difficult for us to sustain those people, because not only do you have those mouths that you have to feed, then the opportunity cost is that now you can't unfreeze some people from cryo, and so it's just, it doesn't make any sense at all from that standpoint. But no, we're happy for you. Don't worry about it.
I'm very happy for you, Gil. For both of you.
Thanks, Ryder. Or should I say, Uncle Pathfinder.
Okay, no, don't ever call us that again. Please do not ever call us that again. But yeah, it's just, you know, it's happened countless times in Andromeda, but the amount of times when people just throw all logic, all perspective, all context out the window of, oh, hey, you know, I signed up for this program, and that's going to come with a lot of implications, a lot of requirements, a lot of things that I need to do, because if I don't follow the plan, then everyone is going to die. And it is, those are the stakes. It is quite literally that simple. And again, why I took such issue with everyone just going, I don't like the way that people are doing things, so I'm going to break off and do my own thing. Like, what, did you not understand what you were signing up for? Because apparently you didn't. And somehow, when a group of thousands of people with an organized plan that was preemptively created with the intention of survive, with, you know, everything set up to try to survive in the difficult circumstances of a new galaxy. No, we're just going to ignore that, all that preparation, and assume that somehow magically a small subset of people can break off on a whim and sustain their own small group of people, small colony, whatever you want to call it. All logic out the window.
So let me get this straight. The Angara were created, like, in a lab by another species?
Yeah.
A species way beyond our understanding.
Something like that.
It seems likely they built everything in Helios for the Angara, then. Maybe their intentions were good, unlike the Ket. Not many things break my brain, but I got pieces all over the place thanks to this.
Yeah, it does raise a lot of questions.
Good talking to you, Gil.
Anytime.
Okay, so now I think we have spoken to everyone on the team, besides Suvi, who we're deliberately avoiding for the time being. Excuse me, Liam. He was totally chasing after us for a second there. It's a little bit alarming. But, so now, yes, main quest would be speak to Suvi, but I'm deliberately going to try to postpone that a little bit and see if maybe we can sneak in a few side quests, because perhaps we can avoid setting off some of those hidden timers. I mean, I kind of was assuming that the mission we just did was going to be the thing that initiated some of them. That may still be the case. Fortunately, at the very least, if we are still trying to do some side quests, we don't have that many left. So even if, you know, we're about to get forced into a mission that automatically activates after you finish a few missions, kind of like Horizon in Mass Effect 2, which is sort of the thing that we've been using as our go-to example, or Collector Ship, then at least we're pretty far along at this point. And this was the mission in particular that we were eyeing, because it seemed like a trap, so we wanted to do the Meridian mission first. But on the other hand, it was an interesting mission, and the stakes do appear to be somewhat high, and the description here paints it a little bit differently than I had thought we were hearing when we got the news from Callow, because an anonymous message, which again is why we suspect it's actually a fake message from the Ket, suggests sinister motives, but behind the capture of the Solarian Ark. I did not remember that it was tied specifically to the Solarian Ark, which is in part what makes me think that that could make it extra interesting. So that looks important. Again, it is, we suspect, perhaps still a trap. So should we do it? Should we deliberately avoid it? Because it might be a trap, and therefore, you know, it's a trick, and there will only be bad things that happen if we are to go here? Don't know. But then this seems pretty quick on Eos, and then I think Korra also had a similar post-loyalty mission type mission on Eos as well, so those we might be able to do collectively. This also feels somewhat big. We've had this for so long, but it's one of the few things remaining on Vold. And then this, I don't remember where Vortex is. Kind of curious to activate that just to see. And then we have much more minor side quests, which I'm hoping, you know, that the timeliness of those is not as important. Anything to scan post that mission? No. Okay, where? Oh, that's on the Nexus. Okay. I mean, I think we still want to be efficient here and minimize the number of times we're hopping from one planet to the next, because if there is any sort of hidden timer activating right now, then that is one way in which it might be getting counted. Other way would be, you know, how many missions are actually doing. That's at least, you know, the sort of the ways in the previous Mass Effect games, Mass Effect 2 in particular, the ways in which the game counted those things. There are some new systems over here. We suspected there might be some new ones in this corner because we saw the lights, but we weren't able to go there. Might still be one there later on, and obviously we only recently learned of one over there. Maybe something in this corner later, or this corner as well. But I mean, maybe that's the last spot. That's the last one where you could noticeably see a light, unless that might be something. Or unless we're going to go to the supermassive black hole in the middle of the galaxy. For the system. Okay, let's, I think there's so many things on, or at least so many little things on Eos that I'm tempted to go there next. Although the mission on Vold seems a little bit more significant. So I'm a little conflicted in that way. Oh, there's also this down here that we'd not seen. Okay. I think we go Vold. I think we do that. Oh, there's also that mission about the fake message, which perhaps should be high on the list as well. Kind of forgot about that. Okay. There was a mission for
beginning approach.
Scanning planets with major worlds around them, right? We never really made a committed effort to doing all those. Okay, we have scanned this one. So I don't know which planets we still need to do for that, is my point. But let's hop down. So there is also that earn your badge thing that we have not really tried yet, but that's sort of the extra challenge, fight dangerous enemies type of thing, which maybe it's worth seeing what that's all about. Again, since we're here, I think we're at the stage where basically you go to a planet, and now we are at the point where we want to write everything off. Anything that exists here, we want to finish it. And we might just be looking to take pretty much the same team if we are looking to take on a Ket base, which can be a little bit tricky. I mean, we've fought other Ket bases before, though this one, the setup, at least the framing of the quest seems a little bit different, so I don't know if it's going to be a carbon copy or if it's going to be a little bit different in that way. We have not used PB since completing her loyalty mission, I don't think, so I'm a little bit intrigued to use her. She is kind of, in some respects, our number 3 squad mate behind Drac and Vetra, so you can maybe make a case for taking her for that reason. If we're going to do the whole prove yourself thing quest, then makes me a little concerned as well, because that's theoretically going to be kind of tough, but sure, we'll try it.
Approaching the LZ.
Okay. So, let's fast travel. I think to... Oh. That's the Ket facility. I thought it was over here for some reason. It's over there. That's one of the earn your badge places. That's also one of the earn your badge places. So this forward station might be the best. We might even do the earn your badge stuff first in that case. Yeah, because it's not the same as this Ket base. We already did this Ket base, which is sort of the thing that's making me wonder how that's going to be different. Rayless has alerted you to suspicious Ket activity at a research facility on Volt. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we'll see what the deal is here. Hopefully this team can handle it. I feel like we tried some of those on one of the other planets already. Let's get this one in the corner first, then we'll make our way over that spot.
I'm reading a temperature degrees.
And now we probably...
This is the way to the Ket Command Center.
Is it? Not sure what that point of interest is. But... I think it was a little further beyond this place, if I remember correctly, the earn your badge spot. But this is also where we should definitely make a point of actually spending our skill points. Just 1 second, let's do that now. So, we have a bunch. Thought, PB, and we deliberately didn't take pull. But yeah, we've maxed out her skills, we just haven't used her since doing that. I don't think Invetra should be fine. So, it is basically just us. And I thought it was passives. Might have been these biotic passives, which we have now maxed out. So maybe kind of looking for the next skill to focus on here. Pistols are currently the primary weapon we're using, and those are maxed out. Shotguns, that is the other weapon we currently have. Although it's not the weapon that we have out most often, but you could potentially still make a case for leveling this up for that reason. Otherwise, combat tools was kind of meh, in that, I mean, it is a passive, so it is technically always active. It's just the things that it affects are things that we are not usually that concerned about. Combat power damage, we aren't really using combat powers most often. Melee damage, I mean, every once in a while we'll punch an enemy, but it's not really something we're committing to all that much. Combat detonators, we aren't really doing any combat-based powers. Once you get up to here, though, the damage resistance while evading, maybe that starts to get a little bit interesting. And the airborne stuff, it's pretty gimmicky, and don't really think that's something we want to be focusing on too much. But, I mean, I guess we do have enough points we can get up. This is, what, 10 points to get here? So yeah, we could at least get up to the damage resistance while evading, and at that point, it's at least something we're benefiting from. And we'd probably go, I mean, I do like the jump melee, it's fun. Although there are very few times when I'm actually practically using it. And, yeah, so neither of these are terribly interesting. Then once you get up to rank 6, reduces incoming damage while hovering, improves hover duration. Yeah, all the hovering stuff. Versus increased melee damage bonus with each melee hit or melee kill. Ends after 20 seconds have passed without a melee kill. It just goes... It's called martial arts, yeah. That is funny. But it's basically just this and only this that we're interested in. So, I mean, I guess we'll do it. But it's not terribly inspiring. I mean, that is huge damage resistance. That is cutting the damage we're taking in half. So that is very nice. The remaining 3 points, I mean, I guess we can throw it into the shotguns. Because that is technically, occasionally relevant. So sure, we'll do that. And it unlocks another Vanguard, and Infiltrator, and Explorer profile, as combat is definitely the type of skill that we've invested the least in thus far. I mean, honestly, that might be the most meaningful thing we have left, is just invest in more Oh, is rank 6 the maximum? I was going to say invest in more biotic and tech skills to rank up Sentinel, but we are peerless in that regard, so that might mean that's the maximum. Explorer, we're rank 6 as well. Yeah, definitely the fuse in combat. Okay, so whatever. That seems like about as good as it can get there.
Is normal.
Okay, so I think we give this a shot. So this is again the earn your badge. Battle ancient ferocious creatures. I think it was mostly brutes, or no, what are they called in Andromeda? Fiends. Last time, and some of which were bigger than others.
Ryder, back for another Heskal challenge. I have a test of subtlety. Get
Subtlety?
it from Kit Base and download a full copy of its files.
Okay. Presumably there.
I'm reading a temperature.
Enemies here?
Hostile shuttle
Oh.
incoming.
I see how it is. Okay, so this is like one of the multiplayer requirements, or missions.
Hostiles.
Objectives, the word I'm looking for. And we need to hold down the fort here. And it's a little bit different from Mass Effect 3 multiplayer with this objective in that, as I've recently learned, not only do you need to stand here, but enemies getting in here can actually reduce your progress. Just press the flavor button, did not hold it, which I did not really mean to do. So we need to keep the enemies away from here, which, I mean, granted, they aren't really trying to advance on us, which makes this a lot easier. I'm just kind of chilling over there. Well, this hack is still going very slowly. The more squad mates we have in this circle, the faster it should go. Okay. No, that's Vetra shooting the wall. Lovely. Thank you, Vetra. So I'd like you to not step in here. Vetra, I mean, if you're gonna do that, at least move where you can hit them. I mean, there's a chance that by killing the last enemy, you're gonna cause them to respawn, but we'll see.
Stay alert. There'll be more.
Okay, apparently we only need to get 3 of them. It seemed like there were a lot more than 3 spots. Can we just kill all of them? Just ignore the actual objective for the time being and just kill them for experience purposes?
Let's see you deal with this.
Is it kind of... Oh, no, there are only 2 other spots. Okay. Oh, also there's a whole hazard thing, which I totally forgot about, to be fair. So I know we can go back there to get it back. Are we allowed to quickly do this?
Environmental temperatures are within acceptable limits.
Okay.
Life support at 100%.
Yeah, just let me activate this real quick.
The party just got bigger.
Yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be new ships that drop in. Probably right up there where they have nasty line of sight on us every time we activate these things. So this is not the type of place you should be hanging out. In case that wasn't obvious. It's even worse cover than being down here, but I was intrigued. So as long as they don't step in the circle, technically, we can still make progress. I mean, we will still make progress, I think, to a certain extent, even if they step in, but it will go slower. If they get too many in, then it will actually be negative progress.
Let's do this!
Oh yeah, another wave did spawn in. He's about to. It's that life support that's actually the biggest threat in some ways. This might be a time to switch weapons. Okay, I'd like to take cover right about now. Do not throw a grenade at us when you have approximately 1 HP. I did not appreciate that. Oh, they have another from the anointed? That's annoying. I also meant for that to be aim of your shields first. Not flavor. Did we get this one? We did. Okay. Let's just get our life support back real quick. And we'll make our move, and then maybe at the end we'll clean up any remaining loots to be had.
I'm reading a normal temperature range, Pathfinder.
So, I mean, this is almost like a cat base in some ways. Bit of a warm-up, perhaps. Oh yeah, we do have safe conditions in here, at least in little sections.
I'm detecting below normal temperatures.
Okay.
I don't think we're done here.
So the previous one we did feels like that was trickier than the first one, at least. So our opponents had really good cover compared to us. This one feels a little bit easier than the previous one, at least. Although the number of enemies is quite large. That'd be tempting to just nuke them all from there. There's another noise there, isn't there? Oh, someone's throwing a grenade. Not me do that. And in Mass Effect 3, multiplayer at least, doing these objectives, being cloaked while doing these objectives, made it so that you're, let me actually play them from this far away. Being cloaked made it so you did not count as being in the zone. Other people would, but whoever is cloaked would not. So it does make me wonder a little bit. Wasn't really paying that close attention.
This should be it. Sam, get a full download.
Alright. It seems like we've gotten this one.
Environment check. Temperatures are within acceptable parameters. Life support is back online.
Okay, now let's scout the area for loots. It seems like we've taken all them out. I think we've checked almost everything except for that upper platform over there that they were fighting us from the previous one. Yeah, there's at least a tiny bit of stuff here. And I think the Ket base is actually the thing that's closest to where we currently are. And then would be the last of the earn your badge, prove yourself quest things. So that might be the order we go in now. Come on. And I imagine that this quest we're doing, the whole earn your badge one, is probably not that important from a narrative consequence significance standpoint, whereas the actual official Ket base, that one, that may be. Oh no, it is. The earn your badge that comes up next, and then it's the Ket base. Okay. It's not the order that I thought they appeared in, but that's fine. So maybe we could fast travel at this distance, though I'm not really sure it's going to make a huge difference. Is technically some Remnant ruins over here, but theoretically we've been there already, and probably have... Oh.
Pathfinder,
Whatever
this
there may
area
be to
can be
loot.
mined for resources. You can
Don't
extract
really care
minerals
about that
via
stuff.
your mining interface.
There was some
Pathfinder,
platinum, though.
active remnant nearby. I suggest investigating.
I'm trying to... There we go. Launch that. Just casually leave the Nomad right in the middle of all these Remnant dudes. Who's left? Oh, actually, a fair number of enemies, apparently. Down there, at least. I mean, do they count as part of this encounter? I hear another guy who seems much closer. But apparently not. Somebody over here. Below us? What the heck? Yeah, I don't know, man. I just didn't really see the experience bar pop up, I didn't think. Which made me think there was still an enemy that we technically hadn't fought in that group. I mean, there's obviously more down here. More who apparently don't care at all about us. Oh, thanks. I mean, it was nothing, really. The enemies didn't even try to attack us. Emma. There we go. A whopping 80 experience. Beautiful. Just what we're looking for. Oh, how did we miss this? Been here before. We picked up that mineral, and yet we had not found that container. That's strange. Okay, we will have
this area can be mined for resources.
Mission pretty close by to where we currently are.
Mining interface.
Okay, I was gonna
I'm
say.
going to have to take some pics of this for Sid.
We would like to get some life support back. This is a brief little place where we can make that happen.
PB, quid pro quo.
Yeah, sure. You're sorry for jumping down my throat when I apologize for jumping down your throat. All good.
The truth is, I really like you.
Oh.
Surprising, right? I have to say, I like you too. You're cool.
Oh.
I mean, for an uptight, overbearing older sister. Kidding.
Okay. Now this should be the last one. Why don't we save before this one as well? Play it safe. Defeat all the remnant. Oh! We have time.
I'm reading a temperature decrease.
Defeat 15 remnant. Oh, optional beat this time. I mean, depending on what remnant we're talking about. These guys certainly don't take long.
We're done here.
But we are not done here. Oh, over there. It's like I'm not really sure where you're pointing. Like, you throw in a destroyer at the end, that's obviously going to complicate things. Oh, there's still more over there.
I don't think we're done here.
Okay, I didn't really catch where that was. Okay, but that's what I mean. Oh, I accidentally decloaked. That's not the weapon I wanted either. Theoretically, this is not the last wave either, apparently. This is not covered. This is what I mean. Where it just seems like these guys, yeah, taking no damage until they take huge chunks of damage. HP is going down way faster.
More baddies incoming!
Guys, did this dude spawn count? Do also kind of need to get some life support back real quick.
I'm reading a normal temperature range, Pathfinder. Life support restored.
Yeah, we just need. This is the last enemy? Okay. Theoretically.
We did it! That beats Andromed's count.
Yay us.
Excellent. We learned early on to make every shot count. That's more than enough proof of your talents. Come, let's speak again in person.
Nice. Okay, and that means you can have a more efficient trip to the Nexus now, turning in a few different things, because there's that, and I think it was... The Nexus was where Drac wanted to meet up with us as well. And that wasn't too bad. I mean, again, it was... Obviously, the Destroyer was the main enemy, the big enemy that took a long time to take down, so it's pretty much entirely just a matter of how quickly can you get rid of that. But now we have the Ket facility. So again, this one, my main question is just how is this going to compare to the Ket base that we had over here? Because this was, of course, similar to the previous Ket bases that we had fought, but this is obviously a totally separate encounter. So, is it still extremely similar? Basically a duplicate of what we'd already done?
You know, Ryder
Or is there
won't
something
let
that
anyone
distinguishes
else
it?
drive this thing, right? What?
He says as he
You've
drives
driven this
terribly.
thing? Who else? Is it everyone else? Oh, never mind.
Oh, that was a good one. I like that conversation there.
Ryder was right. Lots of signs of Ket activity.
Okay, found the Ket. And got disoriented when we came out. Oh, the Nomad. Hey, guys. Oh. That works too, I guess. That guy's trying to flank us. I won't allow it. Oh, that's a grenade. This is a safe spot. Hello, pal. Oh, who you shooting at? This dude. Every once in a while, we'll throw one of those in. Oh, nice. Acting as if that one was timed. It's like, oh, we have to rush. But no. Previous encounter, yes. This one. That is not a concern. Okay, so I'm assuming we haven't really looked around this spot yet. Since we haven't done this mission yet. But I mean, oh. My scanner was starting to act up a bit. I mean, most of the other Ket bases, there are a lot of enemies outside like this.
I'm reading a temperature decrease.
A lot of enemies outside like this, and then there is an interior area
Temperatures are within acceptable
where we eventually go
parameters.
down into the actual base itself,
Life
the building.
support is back online.
There's more to scan. And then there are more enemies in there, and eventually Cardinal that sort of functions as the boss, the mini-boss of the area. What else were you telling me I'm supposed to scan here? It's not those things. Oh, it's somewhere over here. Huh? 'Cause I didn't see it. Right there? There's life support over here. Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll be fine.
Is falling, Pathfinder.
We'll be okay. What's that in? Yeah, it's telling me there as well. Maybe it's... Oh, gosh!
There's a
Something
lot
in
of
here.
organic material here. Angara, Ket.
Something else?
Scans could tell us more, Pathfinder.
Probably that data pad. Trying to avoid the ridiculously obnoxious flashing lights. Oh, what do we have here? Recording. Operations log ZK7539. Audio recording found. Would you like to access the file? Yeah, let's start with that.
There is an audio log saved on this device, Pathfinder.
Cat? Let's get a translation, Sam.
Processing.
The Angaran genetic code that expresses this projection of a bioelectric field has been isolated. The process to integrate this into our own genome is ongoing. Early success is documented. Once complete, adaptation should be distributed to all ascendant in Helios. Ability may also prove useful as part of base soldier configurations. All research has been transmitted to the Empire.
The Empire?
Exaltation is not just about making more Cat. It's an exchange.
So what's an original Ket like? How much have they stolen?
There's bound to be more here. Let's keep moving.
Also, we are officially Dr. Freeze. Yes, what else do we have here? Exaltation Phase Shu. The Angaran genome unraveled. We've begun the process of isolating the most valuable traits to augment the Ket. Bioelectrical discharge. Isolated and reproduced. We've commenced the distribution of this ability amongst Ascendants. Forget who technically counts. Is the Ascendants the... Is that the name of one of the enemy types? Is that what they call the Cardinal? That might be what they called the Cardinal. I've been generally using the Cardinal to refer to the first mini-boss Ket enemy that we fought, and Ascendant may technically be the correct term. Conversion of light to energy. Tricky, much more integrated into Angaran physiology. Our current focus. Note, Angaran genetics complex, but elegant. Lacking obsolete, residual traits commonly found in evolved species. Similar to Ket in certain ways. Okay, so we obviously have just recently learned a whole lot about the Angara that gives a little more explanation to that, because, well, the Angara were specifically designed. Whereas the Ket, I mean, if they're similar in certain ways, were the Ket also designed like that? Or is it just because the Ket have functionally been doing that themselves by exalting species to become improved Ket? Discovered species human. Ooh, this will be interesting. Initial observations. Soft-skinned. No natural armor or protection. I mean, technically, skin is an important part of the human immune system. It does protect from many dangerous contagions, pathogens. But, you know, compared to some other species in the Mass Effect universe, sure, fair enough. Without technology, can only operate within a narrow range of environmental conditions. Humans are actually pretty versatile, relative to, I mean, certainly not compared to some bacteria, of course, but as things go, even compared to on Earth, other animals, humans are pretty capable of, pretty versatile in how many environments they can survive in. Obviously, yes, you know, we may have the assistance of things like air conditioning in hot environments and heating in cold environments, but even before those days, when those types of technologies existed, humans were still, that was one of the things that set us apart early on. Genetically diverse, renowned for tenacity and adaptability. Yeah, so like the whole renowned for adaptability, and yet you're saying narrow range of environmental conditions that we can survive in without technology. Those are kind of contradictory, depending on how you interpret the word adapt. But, yeah, no, we are still Mr. Freeze. Another Ket data pad. Another recording.
Another audio log detected.
Let's hear it.
Transmissions unacknowledged by Homeworld. Possible breakdown in connection and information mishandled. Investigation ongoing. Logs to be updated shortly.
That's good, right? If they're having problems sending Angara info back home?
I wonder if we can find the follow-up logs.
Okay. Discovered species, Asari. Initial observations, extremely long-lived. Natural ability to create gravitational fields of some variety. Not fully understood. So I guess biotics is not really a thing that the Ket are familiar with. Monogendered, precise method of reproduction not fully understood. Important. Rumored to be able to take in genetic traits of other species to improve theirs. Of greatest interest to Primus? which might be one of those Ket Cardinals / Descendants that we fought at the other Ket base here. And yeah, I mean, in that way, yeah, you could actually make a pretty decent case that Asari are probably the most similar to Ket, at least in that sense. Species discovered Krogan, I imagine they will be very interested in the Krogan. Long-lived, large, muscled, hardy, resistant to large range of environmental conditions, superfluous organs. Now, certainly, okay, compared to Krogan, yes, humans cannot live in at nearly as wide a range of environmental conditions, but Krogan are, like, so far the outlier compared to everyone else that humans are still, at least, again, within the context of Earth, pretty darn versatile. Some evidence of chromosomal damage, not fully understood, genophage. Reiteration, large. Okay. Yeah, obviously there are some things to scan here, but... Collected biospecimen. Source unknown. Samples taken from an unidentified species. A liquid that may be blood, or plasma, or something else with a molecular structure similar to keratin. So that might be from humans, then. No, not that. Oh, well, there's this container. Ah, that. Source Exalted Soldier. Samples of adrenal secretions. Oh, that's lovely. Plasma and bone fragments taken from several Exalted Ket. Accompanying charts show genetic sequences of research subjects in detail. We read / listened to this databat? No. Okay, let's hear what the deal is here.
All transmissions appear to have failed. Some of the team has suggested that this research is being prevented from leaving Helios. Troubling implications. Set aside for now. Taking steps to verify that primary communications are still active.
I'm picking up the nav point for another Ket station. Probably their primary communications.
Ah.
Taking it out might be a good move.
So this is not the last of the locations, apparently. And, I mean, there are any of a number of reasons why the Ket might not be able to send the information back to their home planet all that easily, but it does make you wonder if what were they called? The Jardin? If maybe they would discreetly find a way to intervene for something like this. Let's see, what else can we learn? Solarian. Short-lived, fragile, no natural armor or protection, high metabolism, evidence of exceptional brain function. I think that's fair. Turian. Carapace, metallic in nature, possibly protective, although from the previous Mass Effect games in the Codex, it says specifically that that Carapace is purely just to protect from radiation on Palaven because it has high radiation and doesn't really serve any function beyond that. It's not strong enough to protect from physical harm. Dextroprotein-based synthesis, agile. You sure about that? I mean, that is a little ironic. I mean, for most people, that's probably like, oh yeah, sure, whatever you say. If you played Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, you would know that Turians are slower than almost every other species, and they also can't dodge, whereas obviously just about every other species can. So they are very much not agile. Height and skeletal structure allow for increased reach and flexibility, if you say so. That is probably our last biospecimen. So this is from a Ket Ascendant. Samples of plasma, brain tissue, and bone fragments taken from several Ascendant Ket. Accompanying charts show genetic sequence of the research subjects in detail. Is that one that we... Oh no, we already had that one. This one we've not yet seen. Angaran genetic sample. Okay. Still saying there's more to scan here, though. Oh, there's one here that we haven't seen, I suppose. Species unknown. Samples were not stored properly. They have degraded and are useless. Any other blips we're picking up here? Or are we good? Oh, no, there was a blip. It's here. Cat Fiend. Samples of muscle tissue, bone marrow, and epithelial cells taken from Cat Fiends. Accompanying charts show genetic sequences of research subjects in detail. Is that everything? That might now be everything by the looks of things, and I think we've read up on all those details. So now we've learned of... It still says collect cat biosamples, 0 out of 3. Where is it showing us on the... It says it's here. And it definitely... I mean, it seems like those things we just picked up, the syringes, should have been the biosamples, so I don't know why I'm not saying we haven't picked those up. That seems very strange to me.
I'm detecting below normal temperatures.
That makes me feel like that's kind of a bug.
Environment check. Temperatures are within acceptable parameters.
Because
Life support restored.
We had some of our squad mates tell us that it seemed like there was more information, a different place that we wanted to go to, which seemed like that was what we needed to do to figure out what the next steps would be. And yet, the quest is not telling us to go to a new location, it's telling us we still have things to do here, which seems wrong. So, yikes. That might mean we try reloading a save. Let's try the most recent save. It should be enough. We'll manually save now, just to play it safe. Then we'll reload the latest save and see if that is enough to make the game realize that we have done what we need to do here.
Information saved.
Ah, no, we need to do that. Maybe? Maybe that's it?
Cat genetics logged.
Okay, I see. Need to actually not just scan,
Pathfinder.
but pick them
These
up.
samples all contain the same genetic sequence. At first, it appears to be a familial connection, but the genome shows signs of modification. Evidence suggests the sequence was drawn from a single individual and incorporated into other cat.
So they
The
got...
Archon.
Oh.
Exaltation.
So, does the Archon control the cat because they see him as a progenitor? Or does his rank give him the privilege to propagate his genes like this?
A cultural question beyond my purview.
In
Yeah.
any case, the stuff we found should be of great interest to the science team back on the Nexus.
Okay. So... does he get all the extra traits because he has the highest rank? Or, because he has all the extra traits, is it his job to distribute them to other people?
Temperature is falling, Pathfinder.
Okay, just wanted to... because you mentioned... Ah, another location, and people were talking about a point of interest, a cat base over here, and we were like, what? What cat base? But now that makes sense. Communication station. That's a fun phrase. Okay, so is it worth fast traveling? I mean, we potentially could. I guess. Alright, so the plot thickens a little bit then. Didn't see this coming.
Environmental temperatures are within acceptable limits.
So we were asking ourselves, what was going to be the difference between that cat base and that we just went to, and this one up here? And the answer seems to be that this one actually has a little more plot significance than the other, perhaps. Or at least narrative significance. Don't really know what kind of effects taking out the cat bases
This
has.
area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via
Besides
your mining
improving
interface.
planet viability.
Look, the cat set up camp.
Yeah, they did. You're not wrong about
Check
that.
out that Remnant area.
Well, maybe.
We've got targets!
Oh, there's a container here. That's strange. I would have thought we'd been here before. That was a weird sound effect. Was it a big enemy hanging around somewhere that I didn't see? Oh, it was one of those guys. Great. That would explain why I didn't see them initially.
Life support failure is imminent,
Oh!
Pathfinder.
No, it isn't. I did not realize that. Thank you, Sam. Ooh, look at that.
Extreme cold is detected, Pathfinder.
Definitely have seen some of those before, but we'll take it.
Environment check. Temperatures are within acceptable parameters.
Okay, so this is not the base in question. No, this is just a random outpost.
Life support is stable.
Oh, that actually gave us some research, I thought. Without an active scan. Okay.
Temperatures are below freezing.
Ryder mentioned something about
4.
Remnant area. Over there? Yes. Oh, bada boom. Once again, they don't seem to care that we're here. Like, at all. Now they do. Why is our life support going? Oh, it's a level 2 area. That's why our life support is going down so much quicker. It did also obviously just level. I don't really know how we're going to spend that level, though, because, as we've recently established, we don't have any obvious things to go after now. Besides, I guess, just leveling tech for the sake of leveling tech so that we get better passive bonuses, which we kind of talked about a bit before. But I guess that's not a terrible thing to do. Don't really have any intentions of using most of these other skills, but we'll throw some points in them. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see what numbers we're on here. 25 or 37 that most of our passives are. 25 is what most of our passives are on right now. We lock that in. Does that change that number? Does it go up? Not that 1% is going to make that much of a difference. No, it's still 25. Okay, so it basically did nothing on that occasion. We now would like to find more life support, please. I mean, unless there's something to scan. Okay, we'll briefly scan. There's nothing to scan.
Life support levels are critically low.
We'll make a brief detour back over here. So there was a life support spot.
Environmental temperatures are within acceptable limits.
Excuse me, Nomad. There we go. Okay. Now let's head out.
Life support is stable.
Don't really care about you. It gets down here? Yeah. This chasm. Now it's just level 1.
Where was I? Oh, right. So, me and the oddball Solarian, whose name I can't remember, we stowed away on a Batarian freighter. Ended up skinny dipping in this glass bottom pool, suspended over... Hey, what's wrong? You bored?
No, not bored. I'm...
Alright, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Maybe, it's just...
Just a ridiculous night of stupid, pointless crap anyway.
Yeah, you know, maybe not the type of thing you necessarily want to bring up in passing conversation, though.
So this is what a CADCOM outpost looks like.
Apparently. I'll just take a quick check over the stuff there. Oh, hello. Didn't realize you would come to join us so quickly. Oh, that's also anointed. Would have prioritized you if I seen you were so close to us, comparatively speaking. This is not a great spot, is it? I'd also like to switch back to you. Don't start getting your shields back. That's rude and uncalled for. Interesting. Good job there. Not really sure it helped much, though.
Environment check. Temperatures are within acceptable parameters. Life support is back online.
Hey, guys! There's still more. Behind us, of all places. Excuse me, sir. Please stand still. Thank you.
I think that's it.
Any other salvage? Or, remains to be looted? Any remaining remains is what I'm saying, basically. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, let's go see what we have here. Looks like we've taken out all the enemies, and now it's just a matter of finding out what they have. Kind of like we saw in the previous spot. I mean, unless we're going to see some more cat ships fly in, which I suppose is a non-zero chance that that could happen. What is this? Received from Central. Archon? Wait, what? Archon of Sector 1-19, New York City, Korea, Zealand? We've always heard of him as the Archon, not Archon of this area, because that implies that there are other Archons in other areas. But maybe that paints a better picture as to what the holistic Ket's strategy is that there are separate segments of Ket going into different clusters, all of whom are with similar goals, trying to exalt species, or find species with desirable traits, and then exalt them to acquire those traits. But that means that this Archon that we know of is in the Helios cluster, but there are other Archons in other clusters trying to do similar things. Previous report was 39 cycles ago. That sounds like a long time. Senate requires an update of progress within this Let's try that again. Senate requires an update of progress within this sector. A reminder that all campaign leaders are expected to deliver reports once in every 15 standard cycles. Senate recognizes the presence of the Scourge phenomenon may be disruptive to communications. Take steps to circumvent this obstacle so that regular updates can resume. This is your second reminder of this nature. Please acknowledge receipt.
The Archon's not the Ket's supreme leader. There's more like him, all over Andromeda.
All grabbing genetic data and sending it home.
And making more Ket in the process.
So we suspected that that was the case. It was very strongly hinted at in, what was it, the mission in which we raided the Archon ship. However, that is still a pretty big reveal, or at least pretty big confirmation. Definitely a good thing we took the time to do this mission. Thought my controller was vibrating there, but maybe it was just for this.
Promise. Communication orders require explanation. Archon commands a block of all transmissions of Angara data to the Empire. It is in breach of protocol.
Ooh, sounds like the Archon's ignoring protocol.
Interesting. Why might that be? Okay. So actually some pretty interesting secrets here.
Environmental temperatures are within acceptable limits. Life support is stable.
Communications. Only Archon is aware of shifting situation in Helios. If Archon's opinion is that protocols are not to our benefit, accept his wisdom. He is the Senate's voice in Helios and must be obeyed.
I get the feeling there's more to this.
It does sound like that.
It sounds like the Ket are starting to question what the Archon's doing. If this continues, it might be good for all of us.
So what's next?
There is likely nothing to be done, but conflicts between factions seldom resolve quietly.
Then we'll just have to keep an ear to the ground for now. With luck, something will happen.
Very interesting. Know your enemy, indeed. And it does make me wonder, to a certain extent, if there would be similar types of discoveries we could have on other planets that might only now be available since we've just finished this mission, but then the way that Sam wrapped that up by saying, well, you know, there is nothing for us to do at the moment. Well, there's nothing for us to do at the moment sort of implied, okay, but there might be in the future.
Pathfinder.
But then Sam kind of summarized it as if, you know, that's all we're gonna get. Sometimes these things just never resolve peacefully. Okay, maybe that's, we're just gonna have to leave it at that. And I think that means that we have now done everything that we want to do on Vold. So that's good, because as I said, I think we want to try from here on out to minimize the number of separate trips that we make to different planets and the number of additional side quests that we're trying to do, because I suspect that if we aren't already there, we are very close to being at the point where the main quest is going to give us a hidden timer of some sort, as we've said many times at this point. But I think we are now ready, for that reason, to head back to the Tempest.
Vetra was looking for you.
Oh, really? I mean, we did have a night of romance with her, if you will. We did try to speak with her afterward, although maybe she needed some time to think on that.
I know what I said, but your protein levels are on the low side.
Come on, Drac.
Doc, I'm missing 3 lungs. Who gives a shit about protein levels?
I do.
Just let her worry about you, old man.
Then Drac just death stares over at Liam.
Feeling okay?
Yes, just
I'll let you get back to it.
I'll be here if you need me.
seeing if there was anything to build off that conversation. But we are not allowed to speak with Liam, apparently. Now we are.
Waiting on that trip to Prodromos, Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Head there and hit my nav point. We've all earned a break.
He will not talk to us about anything else until we do that, apparently.
It's not like being a created species really means anything. The Angara are the Angara. What matters in the end is that they exist.
True. I think we spoke to Drac after the previous mission, although maybe he had something else to say on that topic. That's definitely related to the previous main quest mission, though.
We can talk more later.
Sure.
Okay. Might even be able to do this again. We can. Might have a mission or two complete here. Okay, nice. That means we have a team we can send on that. And where does that leave us? Oh, it was Vetra we were supposed to speak with. Okay, where is she? Cora, Gil, Sam. Okay, she's in her usual spot. Her designated spot.
I just feel better if the Tempest had a main gun. I was not built for it. The recoil would blow out all our fancy windows.
What defenses does the ship have?
Good
Kinetic
question.
barriers to handle space debris, the stealth drive.
And us.
Yeah, that's not great.
Hey, Ryder. What are we going to do if Meridian isn't what we expect?
What do you mean?
What if it isn't where it's supposed to be? Or it doesn't work the way we think it does?
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's not look at the glass half empty at the moment.
Let's not worry about things we don't know yet.
It's just we never really know what we're going to get with this Remnant stuff.
It's worked out pretty well for us thus far.
Glee one second, worry the next. If it sounds too good to be true, it usually is.
I
Learned that
mean,
the hard way.
let's be honest, though. That really isn't the case. Because we have magically gone down into, what, like 5 or 6 vaults at this point, and had the capability to activate them, and they just instantly, or nearly instantly, solved almost all the issues that all the planets had. So, I would say the whole Remnant thing has gone pretty well for us thus far. Don't lose hope? Yeah, don't lose hope.
We still have to try. We still have to hope.
You always know the right thing to say. No matter what happens, at least we won't be alone.
Okay, it's a little bit of an awkward approach, but it's okay. We'll give it to her. Okay, so... Hey, Liam. Really look like you're just death staring at us just then. But as for what we have planned next, again, it's...
So you can fix it?
It's just editing a config file. You could probably fix it.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Okay. As for what we're looking to do next, we technically need to speak to Suvi for our next main quest mission. Hold on, what's popping up here? Dissension in ranks? Oh, there is more to it. It would seem. Check your email. I'm very curious now. Did Sam tell us we had a new email? Usually Sam does. What is this? Message from New Tuchanka. Troubling Ket activity. See, yeah? Okay, hold on. From Nakmor Clan. Nakmor scouts recently returned with a troubling report. 2 Ket ships crashed on a plateau on Eldin after taking damage flying through the Scourge. One scout swears she saw one of the ships firing upon the other as they went down, but we are unable to verify this claim. So, signs of potentially some of that Ket infighting we were hoping might be in the works. If there are survivors from this crash, the desert will quickly claim their lives. However, we believe the circumstances surrounding the crash unusual enough to warrant bringing to the attention of the Pathfinder. Nakmor Clan of New Tuchanka. Okay. Is this from Vetra? The heart. Okay, let's see. Liam tells me that is a thing that humans like sending each other. Oh, she's trying so hard. Just so you know, I vaguely remember Kesh saying that Nexus leadership has access to all Tempest email servers, since the Tempest is initiative property and all Pathfinder team activities should be subject to Nexus oversight. Not saying Tan's looking at our letters, just saying he could if he wanted to. So yeah, unless you want Tan to know what the Pathfinder's up to in their free time, i.e. the Turian on board, maybe keep the emails pretty tame, unless you do want to give Tan some kind of some, oh dear, boss abilities, Petra. Alright, so suddenly it looks like the Ket base mission and everything following it is a lot more significant than we had originally given it credit for. And had I realized that, probably would have prioritized it more than I did. I mean, granted, it was a little striking that it was in this allies and relationships category when other Ket bases very much were not. And it had an icon for specific Kets like that. So it was not seemingly just some generic thing, but it just kind of floated there on our missions list for a while, and we didn't act upon it. But do we have other things on Eldin? Because as I was saying, it still feels like at this point, we need to be mindful of how many trips we're taking. If we're not already there, then at least very soon we will need to be very mindful of minimizing the number of trips here and there we need to take. More on the Tempest. Yes, I know that, but... And that's on Aya, technically. I think we have a few things on Aya now, but... I think we have, what, one of the the Remnant artifacts. Wait, what is this? Scan Andromeda wildlife? We only have 3 out of 10 of this? What? Totally forgot about this one, apparently, then. Do these give us icons on the map? Because we have the plant ones, the mineral ones. We were pretty aggressive with getting those done. And I was about to say, I think there's just one left. One mineral left in a corner of Eldon that we've not yet been to, which is basically the one section on Eldon that we've not yet been to. So that we're pretty close to finishing. And some of these other ones, not really sure where exactly. Now, these are the types of missions that could send us all the way across the galaxy, or all the way across the cluster, planet to planet, trying to seek out those last few spots, because, I mean, I would think that these ones are comparatively much more minor, though. In most cases. Like the, oh, well, sorry, you can't unlock the ideal ending because you only scanned 15 out of the 16 minerals. Too bad for you. Like, I hope, I hope that's not the case. Obviously, would like to wrap those things up as well, but those are the kinds of things where if we have to sacrifice a mission, that's the type of mission that we would probably compromise on. But where is the Remnant artifacts one? I thought there's still one of those on Eldon. But maybe we did find all of those. Okay. Fair enough. Alright, so... anything? Oh, there's also that. So that's one thing. The whole Ket base and all the follow-up missions from that. The other one that we are interested in is this. I mean, anything this allies and relationships category seems inherently more important than the additional tasks. But maybe we head over to Eldon now.
Old orbit is steady.
Because it also seems like, sure, we had the initial Ket base. This one on Eldon will be the second. There's a non-zero chance that there are even more after that. And if so, then we'd like to know just how extensive this series of missions is, so we don't get caught off guard. And assume that it's a quick one that we can get done when we have just a little bit of time before we need to urgently address main quest missions, only to later find out, like we kind of are now, that it's a lot more than we initially expected. Okay. So I think we head over there. I think for the most part, everything we have on Eldon should be marked.
We're on course.
So shouldn't be any major surprises there in terms of what we still need to do. It's more just a matter of, at least some of them are in pretty remote locations. Have we scanned this one? We have. Okay. So yeah, Forgotten History. Yeah, that must be the one that I was looking for. Maybe it was in a different category. And then just Dissension in the Ranks. And I think the last of the minerals as well. So certainly a few things here on Eldon that we still need to wrap up. And I think we will try to see them through pretty much in their entirety. Now, it feels fitting. It just feels like the right thing to do to bring Drac if we're going to Eldon. And basically, as we've been saying here, it's pretty much just a rotation of Vetra, PP, and Drac. Whatever combination of those three feel like the ones we want to have on any given mission, unless it's a relatively minor one. And we feel like we can get away with squad mates that we're not as big a fan of bringing with us. Okay, so let's see. I think top priority... Well, let's just see where all these things are. So this is the corner that I'm referring to. That's the last mineral. That's the last relic. Where is... The dissension is right in the middle. Okay. Felt like we needed to speak with someone over here at the Paradise, although maybe we had done that already. And it was one of those deceptive ones where, despite being something we had to do on Eldon, it was not listed under Eldon. So let's just double check here real quick before I forget. Because again, for the most part, we're trying to wrap up conclusively the side quests that we have on other planets at this point.
It's currently 32 degrees Celsius, Pathfinder.
That's very nice.
That's quite a change. The vault really did its job.
Surely we've been to Paradise since we activated the vault, though, right?
Welcome back.
Okay, nothing from you.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
Okay, now maybe we have done all the things that I was saying we theoretically had to do here. But having more damage to armor is actually not a bad one to pick up, because that is kind of one of the mods that we're trying to spam as many rounds of as possible. Some of these, yeah. Health, I mean, sometimes that's sort of a filler option. Damage to shield, sure, we'll nab one of those. Tech power damage, that's one that we're trying to get basically as many of these as we can possibly muster. And apparently we have all the Sudoku Remnant keys we can possibly get already. So let's do that, and then we'll throw in our salvage, and we're actually coming out in the green here. Okay. So, false alarm. Turns out, not really anything for us to do here, but just double checking, just in case, and a quick double check at that. So now, let's see. Do we go... I feel like this is going to be quicker. I mean, there might be unexpected things in this corner. I suppose that is possible, because it is the one area we haven't been to yet. But at least scanning for minerals is nearly instantaneous. And then the scanner anomaly is also pretty much just scanning for something. I imagine these are probably guarded by some sort of enemies. But other than that, it's more a question of, like, are there going to be totally new things that we just didn't even know about in this area because we haven't been there yet? Maybe. Whereas this is probably a much more significant mission, but is in an area where obviously we've been before, so we're pretty confident that it is just that. At least here, although it might have later sections on other planets later on, as we've recently learned. But let's head over here. We'll try going up into this northwesternmost corner. Oh, and this was, yeah, by the Remnant ship, which was the other thing that I was saying before, how we recently found our first Remnant space station. This is technically the first big Remnant ship we had seen, though. Let's mark... I mean, either of you, really. So we'll go... I think that one's technically a little bit closer, and it's pretty much straight north. That's north and a little bit west.
Now that you're rutting like a kid again, let me know if you need the Pathfinder to disappear.
Excuse me?
What?
Just saying, treat her right. I've cut friends loose for less. Goes for you too, Vedra.
What? Frack! Excuse me? Yeah, the worm dude is in this general area. This might be far enough in the corner that he's no longer around, but he's not letting me boost. There we go. Might be enemies down there? No, it's just foliage. Or desert variety. Here we go. That looks like some Scourge stuff, like we've seen in the past. Yep. Hey guys. So as expected, a little bit of enemies guarding the area, but shouldn't be anything too difficult for us to take care of.
I think we're done.
Might even be done already. We are definitely not done already. Petra, you might be blind. There are definitely still several more enemies. Oh, including that one. And there's no hazard here, which is nice. I think I have found it. Huzzah.
That scan completes my mineral database. The geophysics VI is functioning at peak performance.
Beautiful.
Chief Lucan will be happy to see his baby running smoothly.
The VI isn't his child, Pathfinder.
It's just a saying. Never mind.
Okay. Any other containers around here? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. So there you go. As expected, pretty straightforward to get the last mineral. But hey, I mean that, like the plant samples one, was not easy because they are so spread out. It took a very long time to do it, even if it was relatively straightforward to scan an individual one. So that is still an achievement. And then this is what we're looking for now, the last of the relics. Which, wait, what? Why are you... What do you mean in multiple directions? Are there multiple on Eldon? Oh, because also you want us to return to Aya to turn in the ones that we've already gotten, I guess? So go straight west. That's west and slightly south, really. This is the one we care about. So I don't know if this one's going to have similar amount of resistance to what we just saw, maybe? It's kind of what I'd expect. Not sure what that sound effect was. Sounded like some kind of beast roaring, although I don't really think that's the sound that the giant worm dude makes. Maybe it is the worm dude, he's just far enough away that it sounds a little different. Okay. So we've never been to this area. There is still a chance we find some stuff we haven't seen before. There might still be some stuff further south than this. It might be worth a quick little venture in that direction. I mean, technically we could go further north here too, although it looks pretty barren.
There may be something here that is relevant to your search for Angaran artifacts.
Okay. Maybe no resistance here. Sometimes scanning the Scourge gives us research intel. Probably, yeah, there it is. Oh, hold on. Nab this while we're at it. What do we have here? Angaran artifacts.
No data is available, but this may be Angaran.
Avela will want to see this.
Alright, and I believe, yeah, that says return for all those ones, so I think we have now located all of them. Let's see if there's... Yep. A little more here for us to nab. Anything up above on the platforms? Now. Okay. So I think we're good here. Very straightforward in this case. Just very remote. But as we were saying, we've not yet really been to this area. So it may still be worth going a little bit further before we travel away, just to see. I mean, it seemed like that's pretty empty. Like there was nothing, not that I was paying particularly close attention to looking in the corners there, but not only do we not really see anything, nothing's popping up on our map there, but there's potentially still some room down below. I half expect for the game to say we're reaching the end of the world if we get a little bit further down in that direction, but let's just confirm. Let's just see. Like, this also looks pretty empty, right? I suspect we can't go much further west. It's more a question of south, but I'll try going west. Is there anything here? Just a big, empty area? That's what it looks like. How far is this? I mean, the map does go all the way over there. I'm surprised it's letting us go this far. Well, my goodness. Is that a glitch? What the heck? Okay. We seem to be out of the blindingly bright location. Don't know what to make of that. Is that supposed to be an invisible wall? An unofficial invisible wall? Okay, now it's telling us we're leaving the area. So yeah, that's what I expected for us to see just a little bit earlier than that. I could try cutting a little bit in eastward and see if we happen to find anything there, but I'm skeptical. So yeah, this seems like it is just...
Look out, that junk ahead will attract scavengers.
Oh. Oh. There actually is
Get ready to fight.
Something. More than I expected to find here. That was interesting, the way that he flopped around like that. Still, theoretically, yep. Another dude. I mean, a not insignificant amount of experience. A container with not particularly good stuff in it, and something to scan. It is of 0 significance. But, hey, we found it. And I'd imagine this is an area that not a lot of people go to, because it's about as in the middle of nowhere as you can possibly go. I guess technically there is this area that we haven't yet been to, but, I mean, I'm guessing the reason why we went down like that, and not straight through here, which is perhaps even a little more direct of a route, was because this is, easier, first of all, and also that's just a big dune with nothing on it. So, and, you know, if there's one more of these things hiding over there, then we can probably live with that, even if we miss it. So, point being, I think that was a sufficient exploration of this corner of the map. And now we may be ready to head over to one of these spots and do this mission. And that may very well be the last thing we're doing here on Eldin for a very long time. Let's save. Oh, let's not save because that might be Ket dropping close enough to us that we're technically in combat. I'm guessing. Let's see. Where are we headed? We are headed north and west, which does kind of sort of happen to be the direction in which those enemies seem to have spawned. So those may not be Ket, those may be human outcasts. Or Krogan. That was really supposed to be this, to be honest with you. Oh, you hid behind that. I didn't even notice. Yeah, I thought there was Krogan enemy dude over there, unless that was Vetra and Drax spawning very far away from the Nomad when we popped out. I guess it's possible. The spot we're looking for is up there. That might be the sound of the worm. And usually it's further up north than this, I think, but wouldn't rule it out. But we definitely looked
Smoke in
here.
the distance. Probably the crashed ship we're looking for.
I couldn't really see it from this angle, even when I pressed the button. But this is definitely where we were looking for one of the hidden crates at one point.
Cat killing other cat?
I say we wade in and clean up this mess.
Alright, what is going on here? Defeat the cat. Hey guys, how's it going? Don't mind us. Just stopping by to say hello. Okay, that seems. Oh no, that was not all of them. I take it back.
Let's see you deal with this.
Where are they?
Giving it everything I got.
I mean, I heard them. Thought it was a cloaky dude. Vetra's shooting over here? I have no idea what Vetra's shooting at, though. Ah, Wraith. That would make more sense. Okay. Scan some stuff. We can also, I suppose, nab this while we're at it. Also, apparently we found the spot. That's okay. 1 second. Nab that real quick. And this while we're at it. But what do we have here?
What's this?
It appears to be a cat data log, Pathfinder. It may contain saved data of some variety.
Can we access this data, Sam?
The device is locked.
It's never stopped you before. Can we hack it?
Anything you can do to bypass the lock?
This is beyond my current capabilities.
Oh.
We have never encountered a cat device with security like this before.
Huh.
I suggest we bring it back to the Tempest for further analysis.
Oh.
I'm sure Sue could help with
No, we don't want to talk to Subi. We don't want to initiate the main quest. Next step of that. Uh-oh. Okay. We might not have a choice in the matter then. Okay, I suppose... Yeah, we already explored the corner of the map. That may mean that we're basically done with Eladin in that case. I assume this just says speak to Suvi? Yeah. I assume when we speak to Suvi, the first conversation is going to be, you know, a scripted cutscene with the main quest-related stuff, and then it's going to be this one. I would prefer it to be the other way around, so that we can do the side quest first, but I imagine that's not going to happen. Just do a quick check. Forgetting any... I mean, obviously there are hidden caches, but as we've said many times before, we're not too concerned about picking all those up. So I think we just head back. Okay, so we...
Pathfinder, got a minute?
We have a couple of things to turn in to Suvi / get the next steps from Suvi, but I don't know definitively which one she's going to talk to us about first. And in case it is the main quest, which we are, again, for the most part, trying to delay as much as possible, it may make sense for us to try to do some of these other things first. And this, I imagine, is going to be, you know, a relatively prolonged thing, because we have not really done anything yet to develop this, whereas, to make progress on it. Whereas some of the other stuff, like the follow-up to, or what seem to generally be follow-ups to loyalty missions, like this one with Liam, this one with Cora, this one with Drac, those tend to be pretty darn quick. So what I'm wondering is if maybe we just pop by, say, Eos, and go over to Prodromos, go over to the spot where Cora wants to talk with us, and at least we do those things before we chat with Suvi, just because we don't really know what exactly Suvi's going to do when we chat with her next. So, let's check our email, I guess, just in case we got an update there, but I kind of doubt. Yeah, nothing new. So let's maybe take a brief trip to Eos then, and I think those might be the only things we have left on Eos at the moment as well, because that is, of course, another planet where we had one or two things left, but we did basically everything else. Ah, yeah, we also have a lot of things to turn in there as well. There you are.
Pythias system, home of Eos and Prodromos.
Okay, so let's do that. I don't really know how important these missions that, again, I'm kind of just lumping them all together in my brain as loyalty mission follow-ups. What else do we have here? Naming the day. Oh, that's also here. Okay, we have scanned you. I mean, that might be worth trying to do as well. And this, I imagine, is mostly just going to be a matter of conversation. Oh, and we also presumably need to bring both Cora and Liam to have these conversations anyway. So I was going to say, there might not be much combat here, in which case we're feeling a little bit better about taking a team that we are not as big fans of. Even if this is kind of the original squad.
Descent is green.
Coordinating. Path is calm.
Alright, so let's see. Where exactly do we need to go for these things? Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's Liam's. Okay, sure. Deliver data to Prodromos. That also was a thing. I forget what that came from, but yes, that was also something that we needed to do that wasn't under that category. Or maybe it was. It just said a different person listed under it, so I wasn't looking at it at the time. But yeah, so as I said, we had a few things to do on Eos. I think all of them, for the most part, should be pretty quick, though. It's actually over here.
This is it. This will be great.
Okay, Liam has some kind of surprise. Alright, he wanted to take it easy somehow, take a break after doing a bunch of stressful stuff, so I'm not exactly sure what that entails, but we'll see.
Prodromos is suited up and ready to host.
Oh!
Ready for the exchange, Pathfinder.
Some association
Grab
football.
your civvies. Going to get hot.
Play a bit myself.
How did you do all this?
Well, it didn't take much. A ball, flat ground.
It's not very flat.
Camps. I didn't get it then, but after the attack here and the shit with Varan's rescue, I wanted to try something. Low tech. What do you think?
It's a good distraction. Why not stage a big event? I'm all in.
Plenty of people on teams, but barely any spectators. This could have been a big deal.
It is a big deal. It isn't for an audience. Or life and death. It's because we want to. And that's important. That's what I didn't get about games like this. Because I was a responder, an outsider jumping from crisis to crisis. But after everything I've seen on your team, well, it feels different on the inside. Check the play.
But they both missed?
Free kick for charging.
That's not how you describe that.
No charge for matchmaking. What?
That's not how you describe that type of foul, nor was that really much of a foul. That's pretty much a 50-50 ball they both went up for. That's a no-call situation there, despite the fact that obviously there's a huge weight advantage for the Ankara there. Let's see.
Thanks, Liam.
For what? Building on what you started?
If you like.
Right. Well, you're welcome. Switch up. Ready to get in the game?
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I just wish that Ryder could participate. Oh, we're totally in.
Yeah, the Pathfinder should make an appearance. Try to keep up, Costa.
Don't count on it. I'm complete rubbish.
All right. Very nice. Very cool. Now my imagination is going to immediately start thinking, okay, so let's see. We'll have the Prodromos Panthers will be the team here. The new Tuchanka... Neanderthals? The first thing that came to mind for something that starts with an N. No, that's probably not what they want to name their team. But obviously we're going to start a league. Okay, we need to deliver the data to Prodromos. Let's double check what this one's from. This is from running around to a bunch of different Remnant and Ket installations. So this is one of the ones where, you know, it sent us all around the system. Eventually, it leads us here. So yeah, I don't really know how significant the post-loyalty mission quests are. Obviously, the loyalty missions themselves, I assume, are huge. But, you know, is it such that they only really count if you also do the follow-up missions afterward that come soon after and seem to oftentimes be, you know, kind of building upon those themes that you discuss in the loyalty missions? Or are those really just kind of, you know, nice little flavor added on top of the loyalty mission and not actually all that consequential? Not sure. Let's see. So information on Eos. As you're now the vanguard of the initiative's new life in Helios, I'm requesting data on Eos. Plant life, animal encounters, dangerous areas, anything you think could be of use to our future outposts. If any of your associates gather such data, transmit it to us immediately. It's as simple as that. Just get some experience in the process. Okay, out of curiosity. Now, we leveled somewhat recently, right? Yeah, we're not that close to leveling again. Okay, so... I think that means we're now mostly just looking for this mission here with Cora. Yeah, because we've basically done everything else. We, for a little while, had something remaining here, but I think we did go back to do that somewhat recently. I'm a little curious to see if there's anything over here. So this does seem like a bit of a gray area. However, on the other hand, there's a chance that we just ran into an invisible wall here and they said this was the end of the world. That is also a possibility. But let's, I guess, fast travel here. And this is an island. I don't remember how easy it is to get off it. So we'll see. It's also rather loud. I also accidentally put our waypoint over there. Might have been better to have just gone for the forward station over there. Can we drive across the bridge with Nomad? We can. Very nice.
I've never seen anything as badass as those Asari.
I saw that kind of firepower in my Huntress unit for years. Never got used to it.
But you were one of them.
I was there. Really being one of them would be a few centuries' work.
It doesn't stop her from claiming that's the case. Alright, we're good.
Got them all.
No, we definitely have not got them all. Brief. Shooting the wildlife! What the heck, man?
Enemies incoming!
What did those Shemirs ever do to you? Just leave them alone, dude.
Shield boost enabled.
And this theoretically is the spot.
Here, ready to see what I've got?
Once we get rid of these guys. Those ones did do something to us. They blocked our ideal spot to meet Cora.
So where's your mystery project?
Not far. Soil converter. No remnant terraformer, but it makes sandy dirt into something useful. Eventually.
What is a soil converter? Humor me.
Add seeds, some rain, and you've got a garden.
I mean, she is big on the whole gardening thing. It won't bloom for years. Oh, let's not be a Debbie Downer.
That's right. You wanted a garden of your own.
It'll take years. I might not even see it. But that's okay.
Yeah, also your soil converter is...
thinking centuries.
It's not the way that works.
Lay a foundation, then step away. Let it grow into something you might never expect. Pathfinder training was my foundation. Gave me a whole galaxy of directions I could go.
She went through the training. Oh, right.
I don't need someone else's plan. Just a good beginning. The first seeds of a garden. One I started with my friend.
Dressed up for gardening? What are we planting?
What seeds do you have?
Desert flowers and grasses from across the Milky Way. Colors we don't even have names for. When they've prepared the ground, roses someday.
Okay, not gonna lie, for a second there I thought she was going in for a kiss. I was like, no, thank you. Our controller also vibrated there for a second. Makes me think that if we were romancing her, we would have been able to lean in for a smooch, perhaps. Okay, that's definitely not the best way to plant those things. Oh, it's the genophage all over again. That's exactly what it looked like in Mass Effect. You know what I'm talking about. That's exactly what the genophage cure looked like in Mass Effect 3. So yeah, you know, we're just gonna ignore the complete scientific inaccuracy. Also, the fact that the Shemirs have once again tried to spoil our party. But sure, we won't let that take away from the touching moments of Cora finally getting the chance to create her own garden. But with that, again, unless we were really concerned about this bottom corner here happening to have something, but I mean, just the fact that nothing has directed us here ever before makes me think that there was probably an invisible wall here that stopped us from going there in the past. So I think that means we're basically done with EOS, at least for the time being, until we learn of anything new. Again, of course, that's out of the hidden caches, which we're not really that concerned about anyway. And I think we found the ones on EOS were weaker than the ones elsewhere anyway.
Ascent is go.
Leaving Atmo. All clear. Pathfinder, got a minute?
And Suvi still wants to speak with us. Who knows which quest she's going to speak with us about first. We do still have potentially a few other side quests we'd like to do before that, just in case it is the main quest that she is going to ask us about, and potentially, in doing so, initiate a hidden timer. So for that reason, we may still continue to do more of the side questy stuff before we speak to her again, even if one of those side quests does require speaking with her.